Chapter 981. The Thundercat was completely speechless and even frightened. My heart was taken away. Yes, I have played with a lot of women. I am known as a playboy. The number of women who have slept with me is at least a few thousand, if not 10,000. I am very free and easy. After playing with them for a few days, I told them to get lost. This is the first time I have fallen in love with someone. The first time I have fallen in love with someone is actually a man. Even if he is a man dressed as a woman, he is still a man. He left just like that, but The Thundercat suddenly cried loudly in the air. Tears and snot flowed down his cheeks. Because I found out. I still love. Hai Hunshan and Sha Hun came in front of the Thundercat. Looking at the Thundercat's sad face, they couldn't help but be silent for a moment. Then they patted the Thundercat's shoulder and said, Okay, don't be sad. You have sold us all out. But if you are like this, we will not be able to find you for revenge. Fortunately, you still have something to gain. Although Hai Hunshan's words were a joke, it was also the truth. One must know that Thundercat had revealed all the crucial information to the target of everyone's Washaduo. This was the reason why the situation had changed so drastically. Even if all the blame was placed on Thundercat, Thundercat would have nothing to say. However, until now, the two of them felt that although the Umno Alliance had suffered a great loss, it was still not serious enough to hurt them. Speaking of the one who had suffered the most, it was still the Thundercat who had suffered the most. If the two of them were in the Thundercat's shoes, they would have thought of committing suicide. The Thundercat smiled bitterly and said, It is my fault. It is all my fault. I was blinded by lust. I actually fell head over heels in love with a man. Whether you are wrong or not, it has come to this. Hai Hunshan's ugly face was kind. A man is blinded by love. It is understandable that he has fallen in love with someone for the first time. But the loss you have caused has become a fact. Hai Hunshan said, Let's talk about it later. Sha Hun nodded. Understanding was true. Everyone was a person who rolled in a pile of women, but the usual venting for fun was different from the true feelings of true love. Putting himself in their shoes, if this matter were to fall on him, the degree of the blow to his heart would be unimaginable. However, understanding is one thing. The losses caused by reality are still reality. Naturally, you have to bear the consequences. No matter what your standpoint was or what your original intentions were, your true feelings had caused the deaths of many people and delayed the grand plan. Furthermore, Kami no Su's treasure had been lost. These were all things that had to be compensated for. In this regard, your attitude had to be correct. Otherwise, how would he survive in the future? The Thundercat said dejectedly, Understood, I will explain it to my brothers. Sha Hun sighed and said, All right. What the two of us want to ask is, your heavenly lightning mirror hasn't been deceived, right? The two of them couldn't be blamed for having such thoughts. In the Thundercat's current situation, it could be said that even if he lost his life, it would be a very normal thing. Even more, they were deeply surprised that Swashaduo didn't take away the Thundercat's life. Heavenly lightning mirror. The Thundercat swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said in a sobbing voice,
Just now. It was
taken away.
She said she wanted to see.
Woo-woo. Sha Hun and Hai Hunshan looked up at the sky helplessly. This guy, as expected, did not guess wrongly. He actually gave it away. Thundercat. Sha Hun finally couldn't help but say, You can be considered as one of the most despicable but not romantic men. You don't lack any intelligence, you. In the end, there were still some things that he didn't understand. You, a person who had always treated women as playthings, how could you have such a heavy emotional wound? The Thundercat looked into the distance in a daze. His expression was a mixture of indescribable fear and hopelessness. After a long time, he said, Your heart, has it really been moved? Your love, has it really been moved? Have you ever been in love with 1,000 flowers? Hai Hunshan was completely dumbfounded. But this, you have been cheated by someone, that person is a man. The Thundercat was speechless. I know. I hate him. I can't wait to tear Swashaduo into pieces and burn his bones into ashes. but I just can't forget his cross-dressing image.
I.
Suddenly, he looked up at the sky and sighed. Could it be that I have played with too many women in my life and am too despicable? That's why I have met with such retribution. Meeting such a despicable person, and from then on, it will affect my whole life. Hai Hunshan and Sha Hun were speechless again. These two were extremely smart and ruthless people. How could they not understand that although the Thunder Cat was cursing with certainty, every word was sonorous, but the hatred in his bones was not strong. On the contrary, there was a faint sense of freedom. Faintly, there was a sense of enlightenment. Then, the matter of chasing Xiaoduo, will you still participate? Hai Hunshan asked.
No.
The Thunder Cat smiled bitterly. I have to go home. This time, I have lost my master, lost the family treasure, and caused a lot of losses to everyone. I have become the #1 joke of the 12 families of the Umno Alliance. He looked afar, lost in thought, and after a long time he said, I have to go back to the family to receive my punishment. Besides, today's losses, the losses until now, I will sort them out and send them to my brothers. Also, this time when I go back, I want to find someone and get married. The Thundercat smiled. The days spent in the flowers should end. Haha, we have feelings, but we can be hurt. But those women we have been with, how many of them are heartless? This time, it's really my retribution. As for the chase of Xiaoduo, haha, so be it. The Sky Thunder Mirror. I will give it to him as a gift. After saying that, he smiled bitterly, turned around and waved his hand and left. With a whistling sound, he took all the guards of the Lei family and left without looking back. The two of them just looked at the Thunder Cat, the culprit of the failure of the encirclement, leaving without a trace. The two of them sighed to each other. For a moment, they couldn't tell what they were feeling. Hai Hunshan sighed after a long time and said, maybe the Thunder Cat is right. In the future, let's not do this kind of sin in the area of love. What if one day we get this kind of retribution and the karma is not good? Sha Hun coughed and said, it seems that the Thunder Cat is one step ahead of us, and touched the love barrier. I don't know whether it's a blessing or a curse, and whether we should be happy or worried. Hai Hunshan nodded silently. The love barrier. The two of them had yearned for it, but when it came to the real thing, they were inevitably a little timid. How many high-level warriors in the whole continent had fallen in front of the love barrier? Not to mention others among the 12 great shamans, there were a few. The Astral Souls Continent's king of the right, Yudong Tian, was unable to pass the love barrier and stopped as a king. And the king of Zwulu, Yun Zhonghu, was deeply in love and could only choose to try to break through with his wife. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to go further alone. Countless powerful warriors had married and had children and established families. But who knew that these warriors had never touched the love barrier? What was the love barrier? No one knew where the love came from, but it was deep, and they could never forget it. Even until death, they would still be brooding about it. This was the love barrier. Many powerful warriors were known to have broken the hearts of countless women in their lives. They seemed to be free and unrestrained, and didn't care about anything. But once these people met a woman who fell in love with them at first sight, they didn't even dare to have any contact with her, and turned away. Then, they used endless years and regrets to kill their feelings. Because once the love barrier was crossed, it would be a lifetime. It was either transcendence or depravity. There was never a third possibility. Who could be sure that they could transcend from such feelings that seeped into their bones and souls? No one could be absolutely sure. Since ancient times, those who could transcend the love barrier were either heartless people with a heart of stone, or lovers who would never change until death. If they were like ordinary people who only had a few decades of life, the so-called love barrier was insignificant. If they couldn't pass the love barrier, it would at most be a few decades of wasted time, and in the blink of an eye. But powerful warriors with profound cultivation. How long would their lifespan be? Once their love was moved, it would last forever. Among them, there were many examples. The non-poisonous shaman was poisoned to death because of his wife. After that, He swore to take revenge and called himself non-poisonous. His original intention was to exterminate the poison-using family. However, after he took revenge, he devoted his whole life to the study of poisons. Although he became a great shaman because of this, but similar examples included the Great Ice Great Shaman Dan Kong, Emperor Zhaixing, and the demon ancestor of astral souls. It's easy to enter the love barrier, but difficult to get out. Sha Han sighed softly and said, "Actually, speaking of the love barrier, I really envy the sky inspecting throne of astral souls. For so many years, they're probably the only exception." Hai Han Shan sighed. "Do you think the Thunder Cat will be able to get out of the love barrier this time?" Sha Han squinted his eyes and couldn't help but laugh. But he sighed again. To let him meet such a weirdo, it's really difficult. Hai Han Shan was also annoyed and amused at the same time. But then again, his love barrier this time is completely hopeless. Not only is he an enemy, but he is also a man. It's a joke to say that he will never change his mind. But to say that his heart is as hard as steel, and he will definitely turn his back on him. Ha ha ha. Damn it. If the Thunder Cat can get out of the love barrier in the end, the curse of love will be broken. Sha Han said thoughtfully, "This kid will be a blessing in disguise. He will have a bright future." But the premise is that he has to kill Zhou Xiaoduo with his own hands and completely cut off the love barrier. Only then will he be able to fulfill his wish. The love barrier is hard to overcome. It's not just a saying. That's right. They have all gone to chase after Zhou Xiaoduo. Let's go after them too. Okay. Speaking of which, why did you stay for so long? Then why did you stay for so long too? The two of them smiled bitterly at each other, and they had a tacit understanding. Chapter 982. The reason why they had stayed for so long was actually very simple. Both of them were the smartest among the smartest. They were the type who could infer many things from one instance and see 3 steps before taking a step. Now that they had seen Zhou Xiaoduo's true battle prowess at such a close distance, they were no longer confident that the men they brought with them would be able to keep Zhou Xiaoduo here. The most obvious reason was that this guy had too many trump cards in his hands. His battle strength was beyond their imagination. When Kami no Su was ambushed and the sky-shaking gong was taken away, not only was the Sea Soul Gown destroyed in an instant, but the divine sense protection on his body was also affected. However, Kami no Su still suffered considerable injuries. This could only mean that even the divine sense protection was forced back or even destroyed by Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhou Xiaoduo's strength was evident. This place was still within the Umno alliance. It would be difficult for Zhou Xiaoduo to escape, but with only their men, there was no effective way to stop him, let alone kill him.
Now.
They had to rely on the army. In the past, they did not feel it, but now they realized that the restriction of the human debt order was too great. Above the Sky Realm, they could not attack, and Zhou Xiaoduo's true battle strength was obviously beyond the average Sky Realm master. Previously, the two of them could only watch helplessly as more than 10 experts at the pinnacle of the Gui Xian realm were killed by a single sword strike. How could they fight? Even if they were shocked by the sky-shaking gong's attack, Zhou Xiaoduo was able to recover faster than so many experts at the pinnacle of the Gui Xian realm. This was his ability. What's more, when Zhou Xiaoduo had just charged out, he had encountered the encirclement of 16 origin returning realm experts. Moreover, they were all prepared to die and had already activated their true qi, ready to self-destruct at any time. Even if they were not as professional as the Burning Body Order, their battle prowess at that time was still far superior to normal. However, the sound of seeking death was enough to intimidate most people. Sha Han and Sea Spirit Robe knew that if they were the ones involved, it would be extremely difficult for them to escape from the encirclement of these 16 people. However, the reality was that Zhou Xiaoduo had first attacked them with hidden weapons and then repelled them with his majestic spiritual energy. Hidden weapons had never caught the attention of high-level cultivators. However, in the hands of Zhou Xiaoduo, they still showed their brilliance. He had clearly just entered the royal god realm. This kind of combat power made Sha Han tremble with fear. He even felt a sense of fear before the battle. And this fear before the battle was also partly reflected in the fact that the soul-wounding arrow did not attack according to the established plan. It was true that he had a clear understanding of Zhou Xiaoduo's true intentions and gave up on attacking. However, it was not without the element of fear that Zhou Xiaoduo would backfire on him. Big Brother Hai, dare I ask, when you were breaking through to the returning profound realm, how many times did you suppress the agitation of your true essence? Sha Han asked Hai Hunshan. At the 9th time, it was the most difficult, because at that time it was said that 9 times was the limit. But there were also some who said that it was possible to break through 9 times. Hai Hunshan said, so, after the 9th time, I endured and did not break through. My father and the 3 elders continuously guarded me for 3 months. I persisted until the 12th time when I was sure that I had reached the limit and could not continue. Only then did I break through to the returning profound realm. Sha Han nodded silently. I did suppress 11 times, but the family said that it was 9 times. But with our current combat power at the peak of the returning profound realm, how are we compared to this Zhou Xiaoduo, who has just broken through to the royal god realm? Sha Han asked in a low voice. Far inferior. Hai Hunshan shook his head repeatedly. We are not even on the same level. Now I even dare not attack him alone. When he said this, Hai Hunshan's tone was full of helplessness. Then, how many times should Zhou Xiaoduo have suppressed the agitation of his vital essence? Sha Han asked closely. This was the fundamental reason why Zhou Xiaoduo was so powerful. Sha Han was already an outstanding rising star of the Umno Alliance family. His own strength was far superior to his peers. Facing Zhou Xiaoduo, who was a whole level lower than them, not only felt inferior, but also did not dare to fight with him. Then how deep was Zhou Xiaoduo's foundation? What level was it? Then the two fell into silence at the same time. After a long time, Hai Hunshan said, at least, more than 25 times. Sha Han nodded slowly, at least. But Zhou Xiaoduo's aptitude, how is it so much higher than ours? Even compared to the countless geniuses since ancient times. He was so much stronger? What's the reason? It's inexplicable. Sha Han asked. Hai Hunshan furrowed his brows. Even geniuses with full astral souls or primordial souls wouldn't be able to reach such a level. There must be some sort of fortuitous encounter. That's right, Sha Han said. Well, there's another possibility. In the legends, those legendary figures who were born with the fortune of heaven and earth were favored by heaven and earth. They were blessed by heaven and earth, and their foundation was naturally formed. It's said that back then, the Dragon Emperor, Demon Emperor, Sorcerer Ancestor, and the others were all favored by heaven and earth. And before their fortunes, such as the Dragon Bloodline, Phoenix Bloodline, Demon Bloodline, and so on, burst out, they would be stuck at a stage. They kept cultivating and suppressing it again and again. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't break through. In fact, heaven and earth were suppressing it for them, helping them to cultivate and strengthen their foundation. In the process, they didn't feel much pain, and it's completely different from us suppressing the restlessness of our true yuan. Sha Han said, have you heard of this legend? Hai Hunshan's expression changed. You're saying that Zhou Xiaoduo is also? Even if he isn't, I'm afraid it's almost the same. Of course, it's also possible that he obtained some kind of spiritual treasure. Sha Han said, it can also achieve the same effect. For example, the Khanate Gourd, Hua Huang's sword, Dong Huang's bell, and other such legendary items. Hai Hunshan. Sha Han said softly as they hurried, don't take it lightly and think that I'm exaggerating. I'll tell you the most accurate thing. I wasn't interested in killing Zhou Xiaoduo from the beginning. What really interested me was the secret on Zhou Xiaoduo. That's the real purpose of my trip. He turned to look at Hai Hunshan. Brother Hai, don't tell me that you're only doing this to gain merit. That will only make me look down on you. Hai Hunshan laughed dryly and said, that's for sure. However, from the looks of it, we might not have a chance. Shah Hun smiled bitterly. If we had a chance, how would we have this conversation? Both of them sighed at the same time. It had to be said that Shah Hun's words were all true, the absolute truth. If they had a chance, why would they have a heart-to-heart talk? They could just hold it in and do it themselves. Brother Hai, let's work together, Shah Hun said. Haven't we always been working together? Hai Hunshan frowned. Don't play dumb with me. I'm talking about working together in the truest sense. Shah Hun said seriously. It's only limited to the two of us working together, not the two families working together. Hai Hunshan thought carefully for a long time and said, even if we work together, the chances are still not high. In any aspect. I understand what you mean. Think about it, I have an idea. Shah Hun didn't say it out loud, but communicated with him telepathically. Hai Hunshan listened calmly and kept nodding his head in silence. As time passed, the frequency of their communication became faster and faster. The guards behind them followed silently. However, it was undeniable that everyone's thoughts had quietly changed. At this moment, the thought of capturing Zhou Xiaoduo to make a name for himself could not be said to be non-existent, but it was already very faint. But on the other side, Zhou Xiaoduo was still running away. Along the way, he was reflecting on himself. No, this won't do, I'm too greedy. I must change my temper, I must change it. This time, if I had chosen to run away honestly, there wouldn't be so many consequences. Why did I want to get 2 more treasures, even disregarding my life? This won't do. If I had escaped directly at that time, I would have only needed to throw out a bit of laurel honey at the right time to attract the pursuers to the greatest extent, and then create some illusions, and then hide in the space-destroying tower to lie low for a while. What a perfect situation, but I had to find trouble for myself. If it was just to get rid of the pursuers behind him, it would be a piece of cake for Zhou Xiaoduo. A few Tianyuan teleportations would be enough to achieve the effect. However, it was almost impossible for the current Zhou Xiaoduo to avoid the divine thoughts of those experts in the sky. Although he could hide in the space-destroying tower and be safe for the time being, he would expose one of his trump cards directly, and there would be countless hidden dangers in the future. The enemy only needed to lock onto this area and then send an army to besiege him. Then he would really be dead. After all, the space-destroying tower could not move by itself. Where he disappeared from, he would still be at the same place when he reappeared. If the enemy knew about this, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, the only thing Zhou Xiaoduo could do now was to run as fast as he could, wholeheartedly running away. However, he was in the territory of the Wizard Alliance after all. There were enemies everywhere. His location had been transmitted in a completely transparent manner. In just a few hundred miles, he had already encountered 7 to 8 battles. Although these interceptions and battles at this level couldn't cause him any harm, they couldn't even stop him from moving forward. However, Zhou Xiaoduo knew that his situation was getting more and more dangerous. Once the encirclement was successful, even if he did not have the heaven-mending stone, he would be exhausted to death here. No matter how invincible he was in the same realm, and no matter how invincible he was in the sky realm, could he fight the entire Umno Alliance by himself for a moment? That was absolutely impossible. Not to mention that there was still the Burning Body Order, the trump card against him. It's all because of your greedy personality that the current situation is so bad. Zhou Xiaoduo was so regretful that his intestines turned green. He slapped himself hard on the mouth. He only thought that he could not fight when he was in the sky realm, but this was of no help to the current situation. Why can't I move my legs when I hear about treasures? How many times have I reminded myself? Why can't I learn from my mistakes? With your greedy personality, you will suffer a big loss sooner or later. Zhou Xiaoduo's tears were flowing, and he regretted it as he ran. Zhou Xiaoduo was very clear about his personality, but he had never encountered any real danger. Zhao's greed was also to strengthen his foundation. Therefore, Zhou Xiaoduo did not take it to heart and reminded himself many times to change. However, when there were benefits, he still could not control himself. Growing up in an ordinary family, Zhou Xiaoduo had a natural stinginess and greed, and his possessiveness for money and resources was incomparably huge. However, this time, because of his greed, he directly put himself in a situation where he would die. Zhuo Xiaoduo deeply knew that he had to change. If he could return alive this time, this problem of greed must be corrected. I can be greedy. However, there was a prerequisite, and that was, I cannot let greed threaten my life. Otherwise, I have to give up. As long as I can return alive, I won't dare to be so greedy anymore. Zhuo Xiaoduo swore bitterly. This was another growth for Zhuo Xiaoduo, but this growth was in exchange for a desperate situation. The transformation of his temperament could not change the current bad situation. The entire land was the enemy's territory, thousands of miles away, and there was no help. Above the sky, the Strong's divine consciousness was monitoring. Zhuo Xiaoduo was a little confused. What should I do? High up in the sky. Lei Changtian obviously also noticed the awkward situation his grandson was in.
He was also speechless about this.
Obviously, everyone who saw Zhuo Xiaoduo's personality was aware of it, and they trembled with fear.
Greed.
Too greedy. Now, it was obvious that although Zhuo Xiaoduo was still running for his life, he was already in a desperate situation. The entire UMNO Alliance land was like a huge prison. Millions of experts were gathered here. Even if Zhuo Xiaoduo had the ability to reach the heavens, it would be difficult for him to escape from such a situation. Lei Changtian now had the urge to go down and take his grandson away. It seemed that things had come to this point. This kid's ability to cause trouble was too strong. Flying heavens and above were not allowed to attack, but the other party's instructions through telepathy were both against the rules. What evidence do you have to prove that I attacked? I didn't attack, I just moved my mouth at most. If I don't attack, it'll be bad. Lei Changtian took a deep breath and prepared to fly down, grab him, and fly away. He would tear the space apart and return to the Sun-Moon Pass in a few seconds. Just as Lei Changtian was about to fly down, suddenly, a black cloud rolled up from the horizon, blowing towards them like a hurricane. Its speed was extremely fast. A wild laugh came from afar. Ha 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 ha. It's my turn now, ha ha. On the edge of the black cloud, there were layers of yellow halos that flickered unpredictably. Lei Changtian was completely stunned, and his expression changed instantly. In the blink of an eye, that black cloud passed by everyone and arrived in front of the void where Lei Changtian was hiding. It cackled weirdly. What is this? What is this naughty kid trying to do? Chapter 983. At this moment, Lei Changtian felt chills all over his body, and a chill went straight to his heart. No poison. It turned out that the no-poison shaman was here. He had gone too far looking at the world today. There were no more than 3 people who could make Lei Changtian, the patriarch of diabolism, feel fear and retreat. The first was the Flood Witch. Lei Changtian wanted to kill the Flood Witch even in his dreams. Until now, when he dreamed about his 36 brothers dying in the hands of the Flood Witch, Lei Changtian was so angry that his teeth hurt. However, Lei Changtian also knew that even if he spent his whole life, he would never be able to kill the Flood Witch with his real strength. The best result might be to take her away with him by self-detonation. The second was Zhuo Changchang. This guy's strength was far above Lei Changtian's, and he was as unrivaled as the Flood Witch. However, the main reason that made Lei Changtian retreat was that this guy had stolen his daughter's heart. He suddenly turned from a little brother to a cheap father-in-law. Bah! He was Zhuo Changchang's real father-in-law. How was that cheap? In short, he just didn't like this Zhuo Changchang. What could he do? Therefore, although Zhuo Changchang didn't dare to meet him, he was also very unwilling to meet him. He was embarrassed? He was embarrassed too. The third person that Lei Changtian didn't like and had to retreat was not Taoist Lei of the Tao League, nor was it Emperor Zhaixing of the Astral Souls, nor the other 7 swords of Taoism, Ice Ming, or other great shamans. It was the no-poison shaman in front of him. Lei Changtian was even more afraid of this person than the Flood Witch and Zhuo Changchang of the Sky Inspecting Throne. Today, if there were no significant changes, even if the Flood Witch bumped into Lei Changtian, she wouldn't fight with him. Her life was rarely in danger. Zhuo Changchang was his son-in-law, and he was more embarrassed than anything else. Especially now that he had given birth to a grandson. What could they do if they really met? Could it be awkward? Only the no-poison shaman was the one that really gave Lei Changtian a headache. This guy was full of poison, and it was impossible not to hate him. He tilted his head and looked down. His divine thoughts could still feel that Zhuo Xiaoduo was constantly fleeing. Lei Changtian's move was naturally to take a risk. He pulled Zhuo Xiaoduo and left directly. Now that the no-poison shaman was here, the situation had changed. If he didn't leave now, when would he leave? However, with this move, the black fog around the no-poison shaman suddenly increased by dozens of times. The dense fog rose and spread out for 10,000 meters, like a black cloud covering the sky. Obviously, he understood Lei Changtian's intention and made a corresponding move. If Lei Changtian acted rashly, he would naturally act too. Then, the no-poison shaman's gloomy voice was heard. "Brother Devil, what are you looking at?" Lei Changtian took a deep breath and said, "No-poison shaman, long time no see. I didn't expect that with your status, you would come for such a small matter. It really surprised me." The no-poison shaman said lightly, "The devil ancestor has graced the Umno alliance with his presence. If no one at the level of a great shaman came to accompany him, it would be rude of the Umno alliance. Why is the devil ancestor not willing to drink tea with me?"
Talk.
"I have nothing to talk about with you. Not interested. But I am very interested in talking with you. We can talk through the night, and for a long time." The veins on Lei Changtian's forehead bulged. "No-poison shaman, you want to stop me? What do you want to do?" The no-poison shaman narrowed his eyes. "You want to take that kid away?" Lei Changtian's long hair fluttered in the air. He said word by word, "What?" The no-poison shaman said lightly, "Seeing you here proves that you are the initiator of this game. Now that the game is about to start, how can it end halfway? If you really interfere, I will immediately poison him to death. Do you think your actions are faster or my poison is more poisonous?" He looked into Lei Changtian's eyes and said word by word, "Do you want to try? I bet my poison is more poisonous." Lei Changtian smiled coldly. "You bet that you don't dare to do it." The no-poison shaman said, "I don't dare to do it? You mean this kid's identity? Isn't this kid Zhuo Changzhang's son? In other words, your grandson? Hee. The son of the Sky Surveyor Minister and Rain Demon, the grandson of the demon ancestor, the king of Zhuolu and Yun Zhonghu's junior, the heavenly king of the right, Yu Dongtian's family friend, the nephew of the star-plucking emperor. Hee. Sure enough, he has a good background. But are you sure that I don't dare to do it?" This guy actually knew everything. Lei Changtian felt a chill run down his spine. "Since you know my nephew's background, you should know that if you poison him, you'll be in big trouble." The no-poison shaman said faintly, "You are wrong about one thing. Now, the follow-up of this matter, my actions, do not depend on me, but on you. As long as you do it, I will do it. Even if everyone in the world is afraid of the Sky Surveyor Ministers with Changzhang, I am not afraid. I will take any revenge. Guess if I run to the Astral Souls continent to release poison and plague, who can do anything to me? Boss Flood is very powerful, but he cares about the big picture, so he has a lot of scruples. But I, the no-poison shaman, always have no taboos, because the so-called big picture is never in my eyes." The no-poison shaman said coldly, "Those juniors don't know that you are behind them. You threw your grandson to our Umno alliance to gain experience. It seems like you're putting him to death. If he doesn't have a shocking breakthrough, he will die. But in fact, with you as a backup, how can those juniors do anything to him? But if you want to gain experience for your grandson, you shouldn't use the lives of millions of us to gain experience. Now that you don't want to gain experience, you want to take people and leave just like that? Is there such a good thing in the world?" Lei Changtian smiled faintly and said, "What if I say it is so easy?" His whole body was surrounded by black light, and he was ready to fight to the death. No matter what, his grandson could not die here, even if he had to die. This time, he had gone too far, but his grandson could not die no matter what. No poison shaman. If I drag you to die with me, what are your chances of survival? Lei Chongtian's aura continued to rise with an unprecedented craziness, and a hysterical aura spread out. Even though the no-poison shaman was the most lawless person in the world, but facing the demon ancestor's attitude of risking his life, his heart suddenly felt weak. The no-poison shaman suddenly laughed strangely. Old demon, the game you are leading has already started. You must play to the end. So far, our side has never violated the rules, and has not sent any cultivators above the Sky Realm to participate in this battle. We have always abided by the rules of the human favor writ.
But now,
If you act rashly and end this battle, you'll be breaking the rules. I may not be able to stop you alone, but you can only hide for a while. When the Flood Boss comes out, he will naturally seek justice. Previously, the Tao League broke the rules of the human favor writ, and a heavenly king died. Guess who will be unlucky if you break the rules this time? Lei Chongtian's face suddenly changed. The no-poison shaman was right. If he forcefully took Xiaoduo away, it would indeed be breaking the rules, and it would be breaking the rules in front of the no-poison shaman. There was no way to hide it, and the Flood Witch would definitely hold him responsible after the matter. As the saying goes, it is better to be known than seen. As long as he was not seen or caught with his own hands, there would be room to maneuver. But now it was already seen by everyone. Even if he could escape for a while, how would he settle it after the matter was over? At this time, another voice said gloomily, I bet that even if the old devil breaks the rules, he won't be able to leave today. Who dares to bet with me? Then a third voice also sounded, and me, I also bet that the old devil won't be able to leave today. At least, he won't be able to leave with his nephew. Hearing the sudden sound, Lei Chongtian's face suddenly turned as white as snow. The Zhumeng Grand Shaman. The West Sea Grand Shaman. At this moment, it was actually the 3 Grand Shamans of the Umno Alliance who came together and trapped him in a triangular formation. If Lei Chongtian was alone here, even if he was surrounded by the 3 Grand Shamans, he would only need to pay a small price to escape. It would not be difficult. But to escape with Xiaoduo and ensure Xiaoduo's personal safety was something that he could not do no matter what. At this moment, the 3 Grand Shamans came together and moved together. Even if Lei Chongtian was the demon ancestor, he knew that he was definitely not a match for these 3 people. In the whole world, there were at most 3 people who could face these 3 people at the same time and not be at a disadvantage. The Sky Patrol Minister, the Flood Witch, and at most the number 1 person in the Tao League, Taoist Thunder. But this definitely did not include the demon ancestor. Even if he really risked his life, or even self-destructed, it was impossible for him to take these 3 people away, let alone escape with Xiaoduo. The other 2 could kill Xiaoduo 10,000 times as long as any one of the 3 entangled him and created a gap for him. I've been running rampant for my whole life. Could it be that when I'm old, I'll actually trap my nephew with my own hands? Lei Chongtian's heart was frying. What do you want? Lei Chongtian took a deep breath and said, Draw a line. The West Sea Grand Shaman said lightly, What do we want? We didn't want to do anything from the beginning to the end. Just let this game go on. Just like your original plan, let your grandson, Xiaoduo, escape to the Sun-Moon Pass with his own strength. Isn't this your requirement for him to gain experience, isn't it? The West Sea Grand Shaman said jokingly, In that case, we won't make a move. We'll just drink tea and watch. Let the people below decide the winner and loser based on their own abilities. If he dies here, we'll allow you to take away his corpse. If he manages to escape, we will not violate the rules and attack him. This is a token to protect our relationship with Boss Flood. It can also be considered as helping you complete the gu-rearing plan. Other than saying that your nephew is awesome, we will not pursue the matter of the shaman's dying. He looked at Lei Chongtian with a faint smile. What do you think? Bullshit. How can he fight against all the martial artists below the Sky Realm on your continent? Lei Chongtian was furious. Then, who told you to throw him over? The Zhumeng Grand Shaman laughed. Chapter 984. That is to say, you must kill him here? Lei Changtian's eyes were bloodshot, and his eyes were about to crack. Hey, Brother Lei, what are you talking about? This is what you did. We're just cooperating with you. To train him. Zhu Meng Great Witch smiled, full of schadenfreude. It's rare that you have so much confidence in your grandson. We also want to witness the first person of the new generation of the astral souls. What kind of style is he? Will he soar into the sky and rise to the 9 heavens, or will his legend come to an end? West Sea Great Witch said, Brother Lei, do you know? Right now, we are all waiting and hoping that your grandson will be able to fight his way out with his own strength. This is a miracle, a legend that can be recorded in history. Although the words of the West Sea Grand Shaman were filled with mockery and schadenfreude, there was still some truth in his words. There was no other reason. If Xiaoduo could really fight his way out from here, it would really be an unprecedented achievement. It would also prove that in the future, he would definitely surpass the Flood Witch's existence and officially rise. As a warrior, it was also a precious life experience to be able to witness the rise of such a peerless figure. Not to mention, this existence that might rise was like a child in the palm at this moment, and it was easy to kill him. Lei Changtian's internal organs were burning, and he was helpless. He had already secretly sent out the soul-suppressing divine sense, wanting to summon reinforcements. However, his actions were like a clay ox entering the sea, and there was no response. Brother Lei, give up. Poisonous Great Witch smiled faintly. Now, in all the range that you can see, you've fallen into the restriction of my burning soul sector. Also, I've also launched the chaotic divine sense. Zhu Meng Great Witch said faintly, even if Brother Lei's divine sense can escape the poisonous burning soul sector, I don't know where it has been sent to at this moment. In short, it won't reach the ears of the people you want to inform. Lei Changtian's body began to tremble faintly, and his chest rose and fell. Just today, there was a big explosion at the network hub, and the network was paralyzed for a long time. Since your nephew's incident happened, all internet connections to astral souls have been cut off. Furthermore, the frontline troops have also begun to attack the Sun-Moon Pass with all their might. The great shaman Zhu Meng said, the Sun-Moon Pass is currently fighting a team from the Tao League. The soldiers belonging to the astral souls have already retreated to recuperate. Even if the news spread, do you think the Tao League will easily send the high-level combat power of the astral souls to help? Countless coincidences are happening at this moment. Everything is pointing in the direction that is most disadvantageous to you. This might be the will of the heavens, Brother Devil. Heavens will my ass. Heavens will has allowed my nephew to rise in the Umno Alliance. Lei Changtian was furious. Brother Devil, it's rare for us to meet each other. Why do you have to hurt me and kill me? Since you have nothing to do, why don't the three of us accompany you to drink tea and chat until we can either witness the birth of a miracle or witness the fall of a genius? The three of us know that Brother Devil is completely disheartened and wants to fight with his life on the line. But if you fight with your life on the line now, not to mention that the chances of winning are slim, the timing is also not right. It is too early. After all, your grandson is not dead yet. What if there is a miracle? Brother Devil, what do you say? When your grandson is really going to die, it's not too late for you to fight desperately. Don't you think so? Besides, if you fight, you will break the token of favor. Of course, we will fight as well. However, it's not considered breaking the rules. After all, you are the one who planned and attacked first. The great shaman of the West Sea was full of kindness. He kept saying that he was thinking for Lei Changtian. The demon ancestor Lei Changtian took a deep breath and said coldly, Fine, fine, fine. Let us wait and see. Witness the birth of a miracle. In his heart, he still had a glimmer of hope. Xiaoduo was a heaven-defying monstrous genius that surpassed his peers. He even surpassed those who were 1 or 2 levels higher than him. He was not just an ordinary genius. As long as those below the flying heavens didn't fight, this kid was really invincible. He might have a chance to escape. Although the hope was slim, there was still a little bit of hope. As the great shaman of Zhu Meng said, it was really too early to fight desperately. If he couldn't control himself and made the first move, his own life and death would be secondary. He was afraid that he would trigger the killing intent of Wu Du and the other two great shamans. Once they attacked Sui Xiao Duo, then his grandson would truly have no hope. Brother Devil, please. The great shaman of the West Sea took out a tea set from the space and started to brew tea to entertain them. His movements were very leisurely. The three great shamans sat cross-legged. Their expressions were carefree and relaxed. The demon ancestor Lei Changtian took a deep breath. His expression suddenly became extremely calm. He sat cross-legged and even smiled faintly. He picked up a cup of tea and said, "I don't need to say it. The three of you understand. In a while, if we are really in a life-or-death situation, we might go to hell together. Or we might be separated by life and death. After a lifetime of fighting, today is finally here. I toast the three of you. I hope we can be enemies again in the next life." The three great shamans straightened their backs at the same time. They picked up their teacups and said solemnly, "Yes, to Brother Devil. If it really comes to this point, then the three of us sincerely wish Brother Devil a successful life and a smooth journey." Lei Changtian laughed and drank the cup in one gulp. The three great shamans each took a side and drank the cup. In the sky, the four people's auras were secretly attracted. Wind and thunder were faintly heard in all directions. In a secret space inside the continent of astral souls, the power of the divine consciousness that was almost condensed into a substance had already completely sealed this space. So Changlu and Wu Yuding were sitting in it at this moment. However, each of them still had two complete divine consciousnesses wandering in the air. As they wandered, they chased each other. However, there was also a delicate and slow fusion. The divine consciousnesses were communicating and talking nonstop. It became more and more intensive and became a continuous murmuring sound. It was like the chanting of the Buddhas in the Western world. In this space, it surged back and forth violently. That was the perfect fusion of the origin primordial spirit and the second primordial spirit. It was like a person who lived a complete life in this world and a complete life in another world. The divine consciousnesses of different experiences in these two worlds had to complete the fusion before the person's consciousness could be considered complete again. In the beginning, the origin primordial spirit and the second primordial spirit were different existences. Even if their essence was the same, it was difficult for them to merge. There were three people here: the origin primordial spirit, the second primordial spirit, and the original physical body. But now, both the origin primordial spirit and the second primordial spirit had turned into almost illusory existences. A considerable part of them was slowly fusing into the original physical body that had been sitting in the lotus position all this time. Now, it was the most critical moment. Once the fusion started, it could not be stopped. Outside, Yu Xingqian, the star-plucking monarch, was personally guarding the place. In the beginning, he could still check the situation of the continent. However, at this critical moment, Yu Xingqian did not dare to leave even a single step. This was really the most critical moment. This was the moment when the Zhou couple was the most vulnerable and most afraid of being disturbed. In fact, when the Zhou couple was in seclusion, even Yu Xingqian did not know where they were. He was only summoned by their divine consciousnesses at the most critical moment. The responsibility of guarding the place was undoubtedly great. As long as the two of them could successfully come out of seclusion, it would be the time when the astral souls would truly rise to power. From then on, they would not have to worry about facing any enemy. This was too important for the astral souls. They could not afford any mishaps. News from the frontline came in little by little. The UMNO Alliance has launched a large-scale attack. The Dao Alliance's army has just arrived. They've gone to the front line. Don't trust the Dao Alliance's combat power too much. We must be prepared to support them at any time. The UMNO Alliance's attack is fierce? Be careful. All information transmission has been blocked. The UMNO Alliance has fallen into a state of no communication. How is this possible? Something doesn't seem right. Yu Xingqian felt that something was wrong. Investigate carefully and confirm the situation. The UMNO Alliance needs to transmit information themselves. They can't rely on manpower to do so. There must be a reason for this situation to suddenly happen. Even if there's a malfunction, it can't be so easily cut off. I heard that one of the UMNO Alliance's central hubs was blown up due to some unforeseen event. Even the central hubs in various places have experienced a series of explosions. The UMNO Alliance probably suspects that our people caused the destruction, so their offensive is unusually fierce. They suspect that it's a retaliatory war. The Dao Alliance's first wave of troops has already been defeated. The second and third waves are all pressing forward. They're in the midst of a fierce battle. We want to support them, but the Dao Alliance's Jade Sword Heavenly King seems to be angry because the battle is not going well. He refused to accept our request to fight together. He just wants us to wait for an opportunity. Monarch Shai Xing read through the news and did not feel that anything was wrong. After all, the UMNO Alliance's inland had been destroyed. It was understandable that the front lines were in a frenzy. Speaking of all communications being cut off, this was a heaven-sent opportunity for the astral souls. If communications were cut off, the command system would not be too smooth, right? If they fought now, what advantage could the UMNO Alliance have? As for the Dao Alliance's Jade Sword Heavenly King's anger, it was more understandable. The astral souls had been fighting for tens of thousands of years and had achieved great results. How could the Dao Alliance be defeated just like that? This Jade Sword Heavenly King's self-esteem must have been hurt, right? Yu Xingchen felt a sense of schadenfreude. You haven't been on the battlefield for many years. Now that you're here, you're at a disadvantage, right? Who asked you to shut the door and act all high and mighty like a big shot? You're not convinced. Now it's your turn. Feel the pressure we've been enduring for countless years. Pay close attention to the battle situation. Don't let it become a landslide. If there are signs of a retreat, we'd rather destroy the Dao Alliance's defeated troops. Understood. Chapter 985. Further behind, Li Chenglong, Long Yuxing, and the rest were still making use of the time to train and improve themselves. They were trying their best to digest the resources they had obtained during this period of time. Everyone's combat power was increasing by leaps and bounds. This included Yu Yan who was the weakest previously. Now, even if she were to fight against Meng Zhongjun, Hao Han, and the rest, she would not be at a disadvantage. The gap between the students was gradually widening. Regarding this situation, Wen Xingtian, Yi Chongqing, and the rest were a little regretful. However, there was nothing they could do. They knew that in the process of a genius growth, there would be different opportunities. On the path of a genius, there were often very few peers. Among those who started together, there would inevitably be countless people who would gradually fall behind. This was something that could not be helped. Compared to Meng Zhongjun, Hao Han, and the rest who could not keep up with Li Chenglong and the rest, the other girl, Zhen Piapiao, although her cultivation speed was not as fast as Li Chenglong and the rest, she was not too far behind. At least, she was still in the range of catching up. What was even more amazing was that this girl was so hardworking in her cultivation. It had really reached a level that made all men feel ashamed. Every day, she would cultivate and fight in the most extreme and desperate manner. Her experience was filled with extremely dangerous missions. She was constantly going out and fighting. The number of injuries on her body increased one after another, and her aura grew sharper and sharper. When she first entered the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School, she had the appearance of a delicate young lady from a big family. It was completely gone. What replaced it was a kind of silent sharpness that was unstoppable. Her attitude towards others was also becoming more and more indifferent. She cultivated from day to night, really risking her life to improve. Every night, she even directly used meditation to replace sleep. She allowed her body's meridians to always be in a state of high-intensity absorption of spiritual energy. And the reason why she did this was because of one sentence. You will be left behind. Once you are left behind, you will never be able to see it again. Therefore, Zhen Piapiao risked her life to catch up. She did not want to be left behind. Once she was left behind, she would never be able to catch up again. That night, Zhang Piapiao hesitantly took the cultivation resources from Gao Qiao. There was also an exquisite little bottle with 2 drops of a special substance in it. It was a dream product that had been extinct for countless years, laurel honey. It was truly something that was hard to find in the heavens, hard to find in the mortal world, something that couldn't be bought no matter how much money one spent. Finally, Zhang Piapiao couldn't help but ask, Sister Qiao, why are you helping me like this? This question had been hovering in Zhang Piapiao's heart for a long time. Gao Qiao, as a new upstart in Fenghai City, was a real power figure even in the Zhuoxiaoduo group. She was second only to Li Chenglong, the second person in the Zhuoxiaoduo group. Why did she have to take care of him? Secret manuals, combat techniques, movement techniques, resources. They were all generously provided to him. As long as Gao Qiao had it, she would share it with Zhang Piapiao. Zhang Piapiao had never understood. Why did Gao Qiao do this? If Gao Qiao was a man, she might suspect Gao Qiao's motive. Was Gao Qiao pursuing her? But Gao Qiao was a woman. Moreover, even if a man pursued her, to be able to give her 2 drops of laurel honey at one time was too generous. Zhang Piapiao felt that she couldn't repay such a favor. Today, at this moment, she finally asked this question that had been hovering in her heart for a long time. Why did you do this? Gao Qiao was obviously stunned by this reasonable and expected question. After thinking for a long time, Gao Qiao finally showed a bitter smile and said faintly, perhaps I don't want myself to be so lonely. Don't want herself to be lonely? Was she lonely?
Was she lonely?
Zhang Piapiao had never found Gao Qiao lonely. On the contrary, Gao Qiao lived every day to the fullest. Just like her, there was almost no time for rest. She didn't fully understand the sentence, but Gao Qiao obviously didn't want to say anything more, so this exchange could only be stopped here. Thank you, Sister Qiao.
Come on.
No matter what, don't stop cultivating. Work hard to catch up with us. Work hard to keep up with us. Gao Qiao encouraged. Understood. Zhang Piapiao took a deep breath. I've already broken through to the God-reigning realm and suppressed it 9 times. Her eyes were shining. Sister Qiao, I won't fall too far behind. Keep up the good work. At the shore of Blackwater, Yu Moyan rushed forward with his sword, beheading a king-level demonic beast with one strike. The dense, evil aura overflowing from the sword was almost condensed into a substance. Murderous aura. Yu Moyan cultivated the cultivation method that he had just obtained. He only felt that the evil aura in his heart was getting stronger and stronger, more and more agitated.
It was as if it had risen to
the point where he craved to immediately throw himself into the battlefield and crazily fight and kill at any time. It seemed that only the passing of life and the splashing of blood could make him truly excited. Duguyen was also cultivating and making progress. She followed Yu Mo Yan's every step. As the two's cultivation improved, the aura on Duguyen's body also became sharper little by little. The original gentleness and gentleness had become something that only appeared in front of Yu Moyan. At least in the eyes of outsiders, the original obedient, cute, docile, and kind girl had completely transformed into a sharp weapon. And it was still changing, becoming more and more ferocious, sharper and more arrogant. It was difficult to compete with her. The reason why Duguyen changed like this was because she was the first person to sense Yu Moyan's change. She didn't choose to stop Yu Moyan's change, and she didn't even say a word. Instead, she immediately followed a change. After experiencing the white-headed mountain, Duguyen deeply understood that in the current chaotic world, life and death were only in an instant. If you didn't kill, you would be killed. Murderous aura and evil aura in the current world might not be a bad thing. Since you cultivate this cultivation method, you might become a devil in the future. Then, let me cultivate this cultivation method with you. If you become a sage, I will accompany you to defend the world. If you become a devil, I will accompany you to wreak havoc in the world and on the other side. Li Zhongming hugged the bell as he woke up. He could feel that his great dream divine technique had once again improved by a level in his previous dream. However, the process was still as muddled as before. Smacking his lips, he didn't dare to slack off and continued to cultivate. Soon, he entered a state of forgetfulness and then fell asleep again. Rumble. A huge mountain suddenly collapsed, and smoke and dust filled the sky. After the dust settled down and everything calmed down, Pai Ibao walked out of a broken hole as if he didn't exist on a normal day. His face was still plain and ordinary. At this moment, he was strolling in the forest, as if his whole body had integrated with the surrounding trees. No one would notice that there was actually a living person walking around here. Also, he didn't have a sword in his hand. The sword had been broken and broken. He couldn't take it anymore. At this moment, in his hand, in his palm, was a bow. It looked very simple and unadorned. It was unknown what material it was made of, and it didn't have a bowstring. At first glance, it looked like a defective product. A bow without a bowstring. What kind of bow is it? But Pai Ibao hugged this bow as if he was hugging a peerless treasure. He loved it so much that he refused to let it go. But other than this bow, he also missed someone. He walked out of the cave, flew to the peak of the mountain, identified the direction, and flew all the way to Feng Hai. I haven't seen them for a long time. I really miss them. Puff, puff, puff. So Xiaoduo's nimble cat sword was like a storm, shooting sword light in all directions. Once again, he broke out of the encirclement. More than 10 people who had besieged him previously had already turned into corpses. Blood splattered everywhere, and before they could fall from the sky, Xiaoduo had already turned into a flash of lightning and rushed away. In the previous round of bitter battle, Xiaoduo had used all of his strength and all of his strength. He crossed 2 deep valleys in succession and rushed into the continuous forest on the other side like a meteor. Xiaoduo's forehead was full of sweat. After a series of pursuit and ambushes, he finally broke through to the position where he was about to reach the Red Sun mountain range. Xiaoduo displayed unprecedented caution. Along the way, he had already killed countless enemies. However, whenever there was a slight urgency, Xiaoduo actually did not collect the spatial rings. As for the need to waste a lot of time talking to obtain the luck points, Xiaoduo did not even think about it. That was too extravagant. Now was the time to focus on survival. It was not the time to think about other things. Where there is life, there is hope. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. He tried his best to control the situation. He did not allow any enemies to get close to him, nor did he give the enemies a chance to form an encirclement. Although he was constantly attacked, Xiaoduo was always calm. He left as soon as he came in contact with them. When he could escape immediately, even if there was a chance to kill all of the pursuers, he would not linger in the battle. Xiaoduo felt that his fighting experience and comprehension of life had improved by more than 1 level after this chase. In fact, the latter was even better than the former. What is greed? I am very open-minded now. What is money? What is luck points? I don't care about them. Cough. What's spatial rings? They are just worldly possessions. If I throw them away, I don't care about them at all. Cough. My life is the most important thing. Yes.
But
so many good things have been lost.
Lost.
My heart. Huh? What's the big deal about that? I don't care about them. Chapter 986. However, this was the interior of the Umno Alliance. Xiaoduo was neither as knowledgeable as Li Chenglong nor as familiar with geography as Feng Yinhua. At this moment, he was desperate to escape and gradually panicked. Although Xiaolong was scouting, this was the first time Xiaolong had seen such tropical vegetation. He did not understand the danger involved. The vegetation in front of him was only the beginning of this mountain range. It was bright and colorful and seemed a little abnormal. However, there was no other way to go. He could only choose to cross it, and after all, this was the best way and direction to save the most distance. Who cares? This place is really a good place. Let's not talk about other things, just the fact that it's easy to hide is the biggest advantage. I can also take a breather. Zhuoshaoduo rushed in without any hesitation due to his excitement. The Red Sun mountain range had always been the hottest place in the 3 continents. It was also known as the Flaming Mountain. The temperature in the core area was extremely high. Flames rose, and almost no plants could survive. In the surrounding area, the vegetation was lush and dense to an unbelievable extent. Any random wild grass could grow to a height of more than 10 meters. Trees that required a few people to wrap their arms around could also be seen everywhere. In such a vast area, there were countless natural treasures and many poisonous insects and ferocious beasts. The hot climate all year round bred too many unknown poisonous creatures and gave birth to too many dangerous places. At first glance, there were some places that did not seem dangerous. However, once adventurers entered, there would be less than 1 in 100 who would survive. The Red Sun mountain range was famous for its hot climate all year round. It was also a paradise for adventurers in the Umno Alliance, a place of death. Every year, every day, countless adventurers would silently lose their lives in this place, and countless adventurers would make a fortune out of this place. This was because everywhere one looked, there were opportunities to make a fortune. The opportunity to make a fortune mentioned here was not only referring to the extremely difficult to obtain heavenly materials and earthly treasures that warriors needed, but also to the many trees that could be seen everywhere after going deep into this place. After being transported out, they would be polished into beads, which was a kind of literary toy that ordinary people in the Wizard Alliance continent liked the most. After playing with the beads for a period of time, they would show the color of the starry sky. Playing with them in one's hand was like playing with the whole universe. As the beads rotated, the stars shone brightly, deep and mysterious. Even at night, when one could not see his fingers, there were still stars blinking constantly. It was really full of the texture of the starry sky. Moreover, as one played with them for a long time, it would emit a strange fragrance. The older the tree was, the more valuable it was. Because of this characteristic, it was called the wood of the starry sky. Even martial artists liked to play with this kind of tree. But when it came to cutting down this tree, even a divine cloud warrior would have to risk his life. It was all because there were unimaginable dangers under the tree, and under the ground. Under a random withered leaf, there could be a large number of poisonous insects. The poisonous insects that were used to staying near the wood of the starry sky had the characteristic of ignoring any spiritual energy defense. Once they bit into the flesh, even a divine cloud warrior might not be able to survive for more than half an hour. It was extremely difficult to treat them. However, the Red Sun mountain range had always been the hobby of the Fire Witch and the Poison Witch. They would wander here from time to time. The reason why they only came here often was that the 2 great witches did not dare to live here for a long time. The degree of danger could be imagined. After experiencing countless battles, Zhuoshaoduo finally couldn't avoid getting close to this area. Being chased to the point where he couldn't find a place to hide, he didn't even think about it and just rushed in. However, he did not know that this was the Umno Alliance's forbidden area. Seeing Zhuoshaoduo rush into the colorful forest, many of the Umno Alliance warriors who were chasing him were greedy and followed him in. However, there were more people who all stopped at the same time. They were at death's door. Did they really want to risk their lives to try? As for the Wizard Alliance's life forbidden zone, everyone who is knowledgeable and considerate had always been fearful of it. If they died in the battle with Zhuoshaoduo, at least they could be regarded as heroes. They sacrificed their lives for the future of the Umno Alliance. They would be treated well, and it would be good for their descendants and families. If they caught or killed Zhuoshaoduo with their own hands, it would be a great achievement. However, if they died inexplicably in the mouth of poisonous insects, they would not be treated like this. Although most of the warriors of the Umno Alliance had strong physical bodies and many of them did not think too much about it, they were not afraid of death. They were even more fearless in the face of foreign enemies. However, they were not willing to die in such a worthless way. They were all high-level cultivators. Which one of them was able to cultivate to the level they were at today for nothing? Therefore, Many warriors who had come spontaneously either chose to go back or take a detour to the other side of the Red Sun Mountain range to lie in ambush. If they went back now, although they would not gain anything, at least they would be able to retreat safely. Those who went to the other side were full of hope. If Zhuo was really lucky and broke through this forbidden area, they might be able to take advantage of him. In the minds of these people, this forbidden area and the Death Mountain range were much more terrifying than Zhuo. Even if Zhuo died in there, they would just treat it as a trip. Even if they gained more experience, there would be no harm in it. Compared to these warriors who cherished their lives more, there were still many people who decided to go in after some consideration. What if Zhuo was poisoned in there and cut off his head and turned it into a merit? They had to take advantage of this situation. Riches and honor were found in danger. Opportunities and risks coexisted. How could this be just a saying? In addition to the scattered warriors, the first group of 300 people who had the burning order rushed in without hesitation. Then, there was another group of people who carefully entered the Red Sun Mountain range after carrying many self-defense items. In the time it took to have a meal, 50 to 60,000 people had rushed in from all directions. Since this place was called the Forbidden Area and the Death Mountain Range, this was the first time so many people had rushed in for hundreds of thousands of years. Moreover, the number of people entering was increasing rapidly. Rustled at countless faint ripples in the Red Sun Mountain Range gradually spread out. Countless tiny poisonous insects that were hibernating were disturbed and began to retreat into the depths of the forest. Although the poisonous insects in the Red Sun Mountain Range were extremely poisonous because of their small size, they would definitely die if they were bitten. Now that there was such a commotion, the natural instinct of living creatures to seek luck and avoid calamity reacted and found a more secluded place to rest. It was probably because of this that the large number of people who had rushed in from the Umno Alliance was bitten by the poisonous insects at the first moment. At this moment, Zhuo was rushing in from the heat waves rising from his body. Just as he entered the boundary of the Red Sun Mountain Range, he realized that something was wrong. He rushed to the side of a small river that looked very clear. Just as he was about to wash his face and hands to relieve his tiredness, he was shocked to find that the bottom of this clear river was covered with eerie white bones. Moreover, these bones were showing signs of slowly dissolving bit by bit. Although the process was slow, it could be seen with the naked eye. Zhuo immediately felt his hair stand on end and his heart trembled with fear. When he carefully observed the clear river in front of him, he was shocked to find that this small river was filled with tiny insects that were no different from the water. If Zhuo had not been certain that there was something wrong with this small river, he would not have noticed it at all. Rustling sounds could be heard all around. It was the sound of the poisonous insects that had been disturbed and had begun to flee in panic. With a puff, a python that was as thick as a bucket, with hard scales all over its body and a single red horn on its head, jumped straight into the water. It seemed that it intended to swim to the other side of the river. But the moment it jumped into the river, there was a miserable howl. Without warning, the python began to roll violently. Zhuo clearly saw that at that moment. The moment the python jumped into the river. No, even when the python's body was still in midair, countless silk threads began to rush out of the water and wrapped around the python's body like water vapor. When the python really entered the water, the scales on its body no longer had the ability to protect its body. Its flesh began to fall off, and the small river was instantly dyed red. However, another tiny thing surged over. In less than 5 breaths of time, not only did the python disappear, even the surface of the river that was dyed red with blood swiftly regained its clarity. The surface of the river gradually regained its tranquility, and only a white skeleton lay at the bottom of the river. It was still slowly decomposing, and the last trace of it was gradually disappearing. Zhuo, who witnessed this scene with his own eyes, felt his scalp go numb, and his eyes almost popped out. What kind of poisonous insects were in there? How could it be so strange? A python that weighed more than 1,000 kilograms was swallowed up in such a short period of time, including its skin, flesh, and even blood? Zhuo was still in shock. Suddenly, he felt some movement under his feet, as if there was something in the soil. When he lifted his feet to take a look, he was shocked again. He saw two all-like ant-like things drilling out of the ground where he was standing just now. At this time, half of their bodies were already exposed. Looking at his boots made of animal skin, there were actually 7 or 8 holes drilled out of them. What the hell? Xiaoduo was even more shocked. He looked at the ground again and saw that there were some withered leaves near where he was standing just now. He activated his true qi and flipped them in the air. He saw with his own eyes that the layer of leaves on the ground was suddenly covered with thousands of flying insects. Xiaoduo didn't dare to stay any longer, nor did he care about exposing himself. He operated the Flaming Sun scripture with all his might, and an extremely hot wave surged, instantly burning these disgusting little things to ashes. In an instant, the air was filled with a burnt smell. It's too dangerous. This is just the beginning. What kind of broken place is this? Xiaoduo gritted his teeth. He wanted to turn around and leave, but he reckoned that he would run into the army that was hunting him. He would definitely be surrounded and killed. Although this place was dangerous, it didn't mean that there was no way to deal with it. Xiaoduo made up his mind and operated the Flaming Sun scripture. He wrapped his entire body and walked all the way into the forest. Everywhere it passed, there was a burnt smell. Originally, there was nothing in the air, but wherever the blazing sun divine art passed, the smell of charred meat would rise up. Look over there. Xiaoduo is over there. An excited shout came from behind. Before the voice had died away, there were already people rushing over from all directions. From the way these people rushed over, it was obvious that they were very experienced in entering this forest. Everywhere they passed, their feet didn't touch the ground. They waved the weapons in their hands, as if they were flying. All the branches and leaves in front of them had to be cleared before they could move forward. It was obvious that they were doing this to deal with the insects at the bottom of the leaves. There were also people who were constantly sprinkling some kind of pungent powder. Under the infusion of their yuan power, they sprinkled it over a radius of hundreds of kilometers. They continued to sprinkle it over and over again. At this time, there was a constant flow of dense mist in the air. It seemed that there were things that couldn't stand the smell and flew away. However, the individual was too thin, and there were too many of them, forming a smoke-like appearance. Xiaoduo actually didn't go far. He was secretly observing what these people were doing. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy could you win 100 battles. As someone who had entered this kind of jungle for the first time, he knew better than anyone that he was in the dark here, and had no experience at all. He had to learn seriously. These people's knowledge and experience of this place were what he urgently needed at the moment. He couldn't keep using the Burning Sun divine art to burn all the way. That would only exhaust himself to death. Even if he had the continuous supply of the heavenly stone, it wouldn't be enough. The most important thing was that if he used the Burning Sun divine art for a long time, he wouldn't be able to hide his whereabouts. Just imagine how dazzling and eye-catching would Xiaoduo be when he was wrapped in heat waves and flames all the time. Xiaoduo,
Die.
a long roar shook the sky. The 3 people above him ignored all the poisonous insects and rushed down unscrupulously. About 10 meters in front of Xiaoduo, they exploded with a loud bang. An unprecedentedly huge wave of air suddenly attacked.
Crazy.
Xiaoduo cursed loudly. His whole body, which was floating in the air, was completely unable to stabilize. He was pushed back a few hundred meters by the sudden wave of air. There was no room for resistance. Xiaoduo's body broke countless trees as he retreated. Countless hidden poisonous insects suddenly fluttered like catkins in spring. They rushed up crazily and covered a radius of 10,000 meters. Hundreds of millions of poisonous insects were attracted by the fresh flesh and blood. They rushed towards Xiaoduo and madly bit him. Chapter 987. Fortunately, Xiaoduo was still using the Flaming Sun divine skill to protect himself from being bitten by the venomous insects. Many of the venomous insects here knew that they would be incinerated if they got close, but they still rushed over to bite him. Even the heat wave of the Flaming Sun scripture had to bite desperately before it was incinerated. This made Zhuoxiaoduo's hair stand on end. In the process of being forced back, Zhuoxiaoduo was shocked to find that many of the venomous insects here had the characteristic of ignoring spiritual defense. If not for the fire attribute of the Flaming Sun divine skill, which could incinerate the venomous insects indiscriminately, he would have died in the process of retreating. But even if the fire attribute of the Flaming Sun divine skill was weak, it was still consumed in the process of being engulfed. Seeing this, Zhuoxiaoduo did not dare to be careless. He increased the output of the Flaming Sun divine skill. He never thought that someone would use such an extreme method to deal with him. They would rather sacrifice their lives and self-destruct in vain. Moreover, they would not cause any effective harm to him. But they still used this method to force him into the area where a large number of venomous insects were hibernating. However, this method had an immediate effect on him. Zhuoxiaoduo had a terrible headache. Fortunately, the disadvantage of this method was also revealed. This method was an indiscriminate attack in a large area. The venomous insects did not only attack Zhuoxiaoduo. Besides affecting the person directly involved, Zhuoxiaoduo, it also affected many others. In an instant, crazy curses were heard from all directions. There was also a series of screams, one after another. They had been attacked by the venomous insects because of a sudden change. But all of this did not matter to the person with the burning body order. As long as Zhuoxiaoduo could die, it did not matter if he was bitten to death by the venomous insects. It did not matter if more people were to die with him. Zhuoxiaoduo's combat power is too strong. We can't kill him. If we can't get close to him, we will be killed by Zhuoxiaoduo. So we might as well self-destruct from a distance. We use the craziest wave of vitality to injure Zhuoxiaoduo and send him flying. We even use this method to incite all the venomous insects. No matter which one it is, if Zhuoxiaoduo is bitten to death, our explosion will not be in vain. There were many venomous insects that were unique to the Flaming Sun mountain range. Their bodies were almost transparent and invisible to the naked eye. If one was not careful, they could enter the nose along with breathing. Once they entered the brain, there was no chance of survival. As the poisonous insects covered the sky and covered the earth, many Jianghu people ran for their lives and scattered in all directions. However, the current craziness was only the beginning. The Burning Body Order masters, there were another 20 people who rushed in without a care for their own safety. As long as they saw Zhuoxiaoduo's shadow in the depths of the forest, they would immediately self-detonate without a second word. In less than 100 breaths of the Flaming Sun sect, buzz, buzz, buzz. There was a strange vibration sound. It was the sound of too many venomous insects flapping their wings at the same time. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, all the venomous insects on the trees, in the water, in the air, underground, were stimulated by this series of movements. Intentionally or unintentionally, they formed a dense web of venomous insects that connected the sky to the earth. This kind of mutual destruction attack was undoubtedly extremely vicious. But it was extremely effective against Zhuoxiaoduo. Although they were still far away, and only the aftermath of the self-destruction was affected, the power was still enormous. It still shook Zhuoxiaoduo's qi and blood. What was worse was that the air was filled with tiny venomous insects. Zhuoxiaoduo did not even dare to breathe directly. If he breathed, he might inhale a lot of venomous insects. All he could do was hold his breath and endure it with all his might. The Flaming Sun divine art continued to operate. Zhuoxiaoduo held 2 pieces of top-grade Astral Soul's jade at all times to replenish his energy supply. He was still reluctant to use the Heaven-Mending Stone. That was a real life-saving item. He could not use it like this. Even this was not enough. When he could not hold on any longer, Zhuoxiaoduo had to enter the space of the Tower of Annihilation. He took a few breaths and drank a few mouthfuls of spiritual water. Then he came out immediately. He did not dare to delay for too long. Even though the difference in the flow of time between the Tower of Emptiness and the outside world was not small, his disappearance was already a flaw. If he continued for a little longer, he was bound to be targeted by someone with ill intentions. Once the people under the Burning Order nearby gathered here, How could he deal with these people under the burning order who were in the state of ignited explosives when he appeared again? Against them, there was no need to talk about fighting. What was there to fight? Just self-destruct. During this time, Zuoshaoduo entered the Tower of Annihilation twice to take a breather. The first time he came out, there was only one person outside. Zuoshaoduo wanted to try to kill the other person before he self-destructed. Reality proved that he thought too much. The moment the other person saw him, he self-destructed. Zuoshaoduo fled madly into the depths of the forest. When he came out of the Tower of Annihilation for the second time, there were 3 people under the burning order gathered nearby. The moment Zuoshaoduo appeared, they all self-destructed. Zuoshaoduo was shaken to the point that his qi and blood were surging. His vision was blurred. His condition was worse than before he entered the Tower of Annihilation. However, he did not dare to stop. He continued to run and did not dare to enter the Tower of Annihilation again. Zuoshaoduo faintly had a thought in his mind. The crisis of death that he was facing was getting closer and closer to him until he was completely annihilated. After experiencing it personally, he finally understood the horror of such extreme tactics. Even if you had invincible combat strength, when faced with such extreme tactics, you would not be able to fight head-on, wait for you to draw your sword, use your hammer, or use your poison. As long as I see you, I will self-destruct. No matter how invincible or awesome you are, it is all useless against me. Because I am already destined to be a dead man. The meaning of life is to self-destruct at the last moment. There is no other way. All the invincible tactics were just to turn the opponent into a dead man. But the opponent had already considered himself a dead man. What could he do? The self-destruct tactic that could only be used in desperate situations was directly used as a common tactic. How could he fight this? He did not even have a chance to fight. No wonder so many geniuses are killed as long as they are targeted by the burning order. Very few are lucky. Zuoshaoduo felt chills all over his body as he ran. He was really terrified. If this continued, he would be played to death by such tactics sooner or later. He would be completely annihilated. Especially in this jungle environment, he did not even dare to get hurt. As long as there was a small wound on his body, it would attract tens of billions of poisonous insects. Moreover, they were the kind of treacherous poisonous insects that could not be seen. I'm asking you, are you scared? There were many poisonous insects that were unique to the Red Sun Mountain range. The color of their bodies was almost transparent. They were almost invisible to the naked eye when placed in the air. If one was not careful, they could enter the nasal cavity along with one's breath. Once they entered the brain, there was no way to save them. This kind of desperado, no. This kind of heroic warrior, there are too many of them. Zuoshaoduo's heart was filled with fear. The burning order is so scary. There were not just 1 or 2 desperados like this, but thousands, tens of thousands, and this number was only a small part of them. The fundamental reason for their existence was not to build a combat army formed entirely by the peak of the returning mysterious realm, but to create a human-shaped bomb at the peak of the returning mysterious realm. They were already old and close to the end of their lives. Their bodily functions had deteriorated greatly. Compared to the real peak of the returning mysterious realm, their combat strength was just SOSO without self-explosion. But when it came to disregarding life and death, they were truly disregarding life and death. The meaning of their existence was to use their lives and that shocking explosion to realize their ultimate value. And they saw it as the highest glory. There was a rustling sound. With a sharp whistling sound, a figure shot out from the dense forest on the left. In an instant, it was in front of Zuoshaoduo. Without saying a word, it slashed down with a saber. The momentum was astonishing, and the saber chi was biting cold. Its power was even greater than that of the previous people under the burning order.
Clang.
The sword collided with the saber, and there was a crisp sound. Zuoshaoduo was not surprised. Instead, he was happy and even a little excited. Finally, there was someone who was willing to fight head-on, and no longer those desperados who used self-explosion to attack. At this moment, Zuoshaoduo even felt a little flattered. Oh my God, there was someone who was willing to fight. and no longer those firecrackers. The person who came was really powerful. He was only at the peak of the returning mysterious realm, but with the combat strength of this peak, even Zhuo felt that this person was not ordinary and would be difficult to deal with. In terms of combat strength, he was at least at the level of Enchanting, or maybe even a level higher than Enchanting. At least, if Zhuo only used his sword, he would not be able to kill him in an instant. Well, at this stage, if Zhuo did not kill a peak of the returning mysterious realm expert in an instant, then he was really powerful. He was comparable to the likes of Enchanting, or even better. At the end of the collision, after one move, the person who came was instantly suppressed by Zhuo. The drizzle's sword attacked densely, and the person used the splashing wind saber technique to defend himself. However, he still felt a chill all over his body. The tip of the sword was about to pierce his chest and throat at any time, and the tip of the sword could cut off his 6 uns at any time. Another whistling sound was heard, and another 6 people rushed out with their sabers and swords in their hands. Sword light and saber chi spread out in all directions. Facing these 7 people, Zhuo had his own plans. The situation was under control, and he even had the time to pay attention to the mist and powder scattered in the air when the 7 people appeared. He looked at what kind of bottle it was, what was written on the bottle, and the characteristics of the bottle. After thinking for a while and confirming that he had remembered everything clearly, he was going to use all his strength to end this battle. This was Zhuo's main purpose. The hidden weapon sword technique attacked powerfully. The jade gourd, the hexagram, and the soaring dense sword light were infinitely flamboyant. However, just as Zhuo was about to unleash his full potential, intending to end this battle, the 7 people on the other side suddenly laughed in unison. As if they had been prepared for this, they hugged each other in the nick of time, and with a whoosh, they started to spin rapidly. A crazy momentum suddenly erupted. A trap. This was actually a trap. Chapter 988. What the fuck? Seeing this, Zhuo was shocked. He knew that things were not going well, so he turned and ran. But then he thought about it and felt that it was not safe. If he ran, he would definitely be killed by the explosion. Anxious, he ran into the Tower of Annihilation like a cornered dog jumping over a wall. There was a loud bang. Zhuo felt as if his back was smashed by a giant hammer. In an instant, his internal organs were burning. He fell to the ground of the Void Extermination Tower and coughed out mouthfuls of blood. I've been plotted against. This time, Zhuo did not hesitate. He directly touched the Skymending Stone with one hand. The Skymending Stone was always the most suitable for healing injuries. A trap. How could such a fight be a trap? Zhuo groaned and gritted his teeth. However, he still admired them from the bottom of his heart. They are really good men. They actually used their own lives to construct this trap. They are all scheming people. They knew that I didn't understand this jungle and wanted to gain experience from them as soon as possible. Therefore, they simply rushed out and used these powders to attract me. They wanted me to have the idea of robbing their powders and robbing their experience. Then, at such a delicate moment, they gathered together and blew themselves up. What a scheme! What a decisive move! If I didn't have the Skymending Tower, and if I didn't change my mind, I'm afraid I would have been plotted against by them. Zhuo was drenched in cold sweat. They used their own lives to construct the trap. They used their own lives to fight. They used their own lives to make the explosion. They used such a deep scheme to turn themselves into a mass of brilliant fireworks and create a chance for victory. How heroic! The damage caused to Zhuo by the explosion was unprecedented, and it was also the heaviest he had ever suffered. If he did not have the Skymending Stone to prolong his life and heal his injuries, this self-explosion alone was enough to consign Zhuo to eternal damnation. Zhuo rested for a while in the space of the Tower of Annihilation. After confirming that his injuries had recovered, he emerged again. Unsurprisingly, he encountered a series of self-detonations again. The 2 of them, one on the left and one on the right, exploded the moment Xiaoduo's head popped out. There wasn't the slightest bit of hesitation or neglect. Then, the entire forest was engulfed in a mushroom cloud.
Puff.
But this time, Xiaoduo was prepared. Xiaoduo was an old comrade of Xiaoduo. He carried the heavenly witchcraft copper shovel on his back, protecting himself from head to toe as if he was carrying a giant turtle shell. Violent shockwaves crashed onto the heavenly witchcraft copper shovel. With a crisp dang sound that sounded like the sound of a bell, Xiaoduo, who was carrying the heavenly witchcraft copper shovel, was pushed 3,000 meters away by the shockwaves. Luckily, I was quick-witted. Not only can this thing dig holes, it can also be used as a shield. Forcefully swallowing a mouthful of blood, Xiaoduo activated the Flaming Sun scripture to strengthen the shovel. With each shovel, he dug out a huge piece of soil that was more than 10 meters long. Then he drilled his head into the soil. As the Flaming Sun scripture continued to burn, the poisonous insects underground were burned to death one by one. He continued to dig until he reached a depth of 170 to 80 meters. Finally, there were no more poisonous insects wreaking havoc. Xiaoduo still did not dare to relax. Like a crazily spinning drill, he continued to dig down. It was as if he was going to dig through the entire Umno alliance. He dug for more than 1,000 meters in a straight line. Then, he dug dozens of meters horizontally. Finally, he found a direction and continued to dig. Forget it. I have completely given up on the idea of going up to the surface. It was rare for Xiaoduo to be convinced. These Umno Alliance warriors that he met were all standard desperados. It was no wonder that the two continents had been fighting for so many years at the front line of the Sun-Moon Pass. The fighting had been so fierce. Just this bravery alone was enough to make Xiaoduo gasp in amazement and sigh at his own inferiority. He even somewhat admired them. That kind of respect for the enemy arose spontaneously. Who would self-destruct without regard for their own lives? Who would be willing to part with the boundless secular world? Everything that he had fought for in this world for his entire life was given up so decisively. This kind of courage, this kind of sacrifice, even if it was to deal with him, was worthy of respect. I might as well dig a little deeper. Then, I will hide in the Tower of Annihilation for a while. Then, I will ask Xiaolong to help me find a way. I don't believe that they have the ability to see through Xiaolong's special existence. When I really need to come out, I will come out from underground. During that time, I just need to go up to the surface to check the direction. Then, I will come back down and continue to dig. Such a good man. It's such a pity that he's self-destructed for me. But I don't have the time now. They won't listen to me either. Xiaoduo was really ruthless this time. I'm not going up. I'm not going to train anymore. I'm going to dig all the way back. I'm scared. I'm scared. What can you guys do? It had to be said that Xiaoduo's idea was quite useful. After all, not everyone cultivated the Flaming Sun divine skill. They also had a big shovel made of peerless materials like the heavenly witchcraft copper. They also had a ridiculous amount of supplies. Also, there was the Tower of Annihilation that could provide a place to rest at any time. The underground of the Flaming Sun mountain range was never a good place. It was even more dangerous because the vision underground was even worse. Nothing could be seen, and it was easier to be attacked by poisonous insects. Ordinary people would not dare to dig a hole to survive here. Xiaoduo really did use this method. He would dig furiously for a while before coming up to check if he was heading in the wrong direction. If there were enemies, he would fight them. If there were no enemies, he would continue digging. Well, the main reason why he did not let Xiaolong scout the way was because this place had already been enveloped by the divine senses of countless Dao integration stage and ascension stage cultivators. Although Xiaolong did not seem to have a physical body, it could still be detected by the divine senses of high-level cultivators. If it was not necessary, Xiaoduo did not want to let it take the risk. He did this again and again. In one breath, he dug for more than 50 kilometers. Later on, he even found an underground river. The poisonous creatures in the river were like carts. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo had the Flaming Sun divine skill. As long as he did not enter the river, he could only advance along the riverside. With the protection of the Flaming Sun divine skill, he was safe. He quickly leaped forward. Who would have thought that I would have such abilities? Someone under the burning order? Self-destruct? Come on, come and blow me up. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who felt that he had succeeded in his scheme, was very pleased with himself. He was in high spirits as he yelled in his mind. High up in the sky, the great shaman of poisonous poison and the others were all dumbfounded. They were speechless for a long time. Brother Devil, this grandson of yours. Could it be that he was born in the year of the rat? He dug so skillfully. The shovel in his hand seems to be made of heavenly witchcraft copper. Wasn't this kid born when the guy's surname Zhuo transformed into the mortal world? But looking at his wealth, it doesn't seem like it. The great shaman of West Sea's facial muscles were a little twisted. How can you spoil your child like this? Heavenly witchcraft copper. 1/2 ton is used to make a giant shovel? What the fuck? I've never seen such a shameless martial artist who is proud of himself instead of being ashamed. How can such trash be listed as a person under the burning order of human relations? What a disgrace. The great shaman of Zhu Mang's eyes were full of contempt. Come out and fight me if you have the guts. Lei Changtian's expression became relaxed. He said, "What do you mean by moral integrity? Is moral integrity more important than life? Not ashamed, but proud? I'm proud to have such a smart grandson. How is it shameful? Look at your smug face. Don't we, the martial artists of the UMNO Alliance, know the importance of life? During this chase, there have been 40 to 50 people who self-destructed one after another, right?" The great shaman of poisonous poison snorted and said, "Only your grandson knows the value of life? Are we all stupid?" Lei Changtian crossed his legs and said, "Then you have to think of a way yourselves. Don't tell me that all my grandsons are stupid enough to self-destruct like you guys. What kind of logic is this?"
Haha.
Okay. You gave me this number. There are 3 of us here. I'm not afraid of you going crazy. The great shaman of poisonous poison narrowed his eyes and said very unhappily, "Let's wait and see. I'll hold up the number I gave you. Let's see if the sky will fall." Lei Changtian picked up the teacup. His expression became relaxed and unperturbed. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. I was scared to death these few days. Fortunately, this little bastard is really capable. He didn't die from the explosion. And now he can come up with such a clever plan. He really has a family background. Pooh, family background. My family doesn't have such despicable methods. He must have inherited it from the Zhuo family. Grandson, since the plan has worked, don't come out. Just keep digging underground. Dig all the way back to the Astral Souls continent. At most, it will take a little longer. Lei Changtian prayed silently in his heart. As long as it took a little longer, the other side would definitely notice the abnormality of Zhuo Xiaoduo's disappearance. At that time, there would be room for manipulation. He could imagine that even if his grandson could return safely this time, his daughter would probably go crazy. Sigh, as long as the child goes back, I'll continue to recuperate in seclusion. I haven't recovered from my internal injuries from flood in the past. I'll just coughed it anyway. I won't go back to send the child back to you. Just throw him to Yinzhonghu or Yu Dongtian. Let them send him back to you. Lei Changtian, who gradually calmed down, began to think about the follow-up. He was counting his chickens before they hatched. After all, he was the demon ancestor recognized by the 3 continents. It was normal for him to scheme against people. Could he throw the blame to Yu Dongtian? He tried not to take the blame for this, but soon, Lei Changtian began to lose his composure. In the distance, a yellow light suddenly appeared in the sky above the Red Sun mountain range, like a meteor. "It's here." The poisonous witch said lightly, "Brother demon, we, the boundless witch, are the inheritors of thick earth Zhuwu. We have a treasure that can overturn mountains and fill seas. That earth-penetrating seal. Don't tell me you've forgotten?" Lei Changtian's face twitched. He said sternly, "The favor token has a rule. We can't fight above the heavens. Be careful, we won't fight above the heavens. The poisonous witch laughed. I'm curious how Zwashaduo will hide under the earth-penetrating seal. Chapter 989. The Zhumeng Grand Shaman chuckled. Brother Imo, have you forgotten that we are all good brothers of Big Brother Flood? Why would we violate his rules? From the beginning to the end, we haven't done anything to Zwashaduo. For example, what can you do to him now? Let's see where your good grandson can escape to this time. Turn over the place where Zwashaduo is hiding. Let's see where this earth mouse can escape to. Lei Changtian immediately became restless, and his expression slowly turned ferocious. Are these three things forcing me to fight with my life? You three brats probably don't know that Master Mountain God's body is made of stone. Zwashaduo's underground location had already crossed the outer periphery and started to enter the central region of the Red Sun mountain range. Although there was still some distance to the central region, the heat here had already reached the point where it could melt gold and iron. As Zwashaduo continued to dig and move forward, he gradually felt that the surrounding heat had a considerable effect on his Flaming Sun Sutra. He couldn't help but feel delighted. This place is actually my blessed land. What a pleasant surprise. Zwashaduo simply opened up his entire body and started to absorb the heat and spiritual energy with all his might. There were definitely not many natural places to cultivate the Flaming Sun Sutra like this. To me, such an opportunity is a gift from the heavens. As he absorbed, the power of the Flaming Sun Sutra on Zwashaduo's body flourished even more vigorously, as if a small sun had appeared underground. Countless golden flames spewed and burned from Zwashaduo's body. Somewhere deep underground, something seemed to have been startled by the power of Zwashaduo's Red Sun Sutra and Golden Sun Sutra. I might as well walk slowly. I need to absorb more. There won't be such a good thing when I go back. Zwashaduo thought as he cultivated with all his might. Just as he was thinking this, another shocking change occurred. Zwashaduo suddenly felt the entire mountain range start to shake. A giant seal suddenly flew into the sky while emitting a blinding glow. A mysterious force appeared and sprang into the ground with a boundless aura. Translator, Zephizi editor. Dioquine grand and vigorous aura suddenly filled the world. The West Sea Shaman proudly introduced with boundless longing and reverence. This is the power of our Wu people's ancestor, Thick Earth Zuwu. This power is able to move mountains, fill seas, and overturn the earth. It's a pity that our descendants are incompetent and unable to use their full strength. Lei Changtian was dumbfounded. Looking down, feeling the earth-shattering power and aura, he was already stunned. This is Zuwu's power? And only a little? It's too powerful. The Earth's power. The Earth's power. The air in a radius of thousands of miles suddenly rippled like waves. A feeling of reunion after a long separation suddenly rushed into everyone's hearts. How could there be such a feeling?
This.
What kind of feeling was this? Everyone was stunned.
Who?
Be united after a long separation? Why would I have such a feeling? Immediately after, boom. The earth was overturned. Zwashaduo still didn't understand what was going on. He only heard a loud explosion. The entire ground was flipped over and flipped into the sky. And Zwashaduo, who was wrapped in fiery red soil and rocks, also flew into the sky without exception. What the? Zwashaduo was horrified. He wanted to hide in the space extermination tower, but found that he could not move. It's over. In midair, more than 500 returnants, mysterious experts were all pale and exhausted. Just now, when they used the Earth Extermination Seal, they had almost used up all their strength. In another direction, Tu Yunxiao, who was holding the God Spirit Seal, took the opportunity to use all his strength. And beside him, there were 3 other people who were continuously injecting energy into his body. Suddenly, a ray of light shot out from the God Spirit Seal. With a targeted posture, it rushed straight into the earth and rocks that were overturning the sky like huge waves, and firmly locked onto a blurry figure that was flailing about and falling down. Found it. Over there! Tu Yunxiao roared. Around, more than 100 burning body token elders who had been waiting for a long time all rushed over with lightning speed from all directions. Everyone was duty-bound to not look back. Everyone was unafraid of death. This time, there was only one explosion. In the central area, the moment the earth of the mountain range was overturned, the leading 10 people had already joined forces and rushed to the most central position. At this moment, everyone's faces were as pale as paper. Obviously, they had pushed their yuan energy to the point of draining the pond to catch fish, exceeding the limit. But they did not hesitate and laughed in unison. "Brothers, let's go."
Go.
With a loud sound, the 10 people directly self-exploded. There was another explosion, and the mountain range that was flipped over was blasted into dust once more. Xiaoduo let out a miserable groan. Although he was thousands of feet away, he was directly flipped out by the Earth extermination seal just now. The spiritual energy in his body had been completely frozen, and he had no ability to dodge or move, nor did he have the strength to twist and turn. He could only passively endure the self-explosion of these 10 experts. His internal organs were once again displaced, and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. His body was directly thrown up more than 5,000 meters into the sky. Although countless mountain rocks were blown to pieces and smoke filled the sky, Xiaoduo appeared in such a complete state. No matter how he disguised himself, he was still extremely eye-catching. Xiaoduo is over there. I see him. Blow him up. In the sky, several young masters were furious. Charge over there and blow him up. Hundreds of figures resolutely rushed towards Xiaoduo. They were like moths flying into a flame, poignant and heroic. For the Umno Alliance. For the Wu people. An old man with white hair and beard rushed to the front and shouted loudly, "Brothers." Countless old men followed closely behind, and as they moved in unison, they laughed and said, "Brothers, let's go. Let's go. Not alone. I'm not alone." Xiaoduo floated and rolled in the air. Looking at the people rushing toward him like a phantom line, he could not move. At this moment, he was at the critical moment of life and death. He could not help but feel furious. At this critical moment, Bai and Jiu, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly appeared. Their spiritual energy exploded to the extreme and instantly filled Xiaoduo's spiritual ocean. With a clang, the sword of Empress Enviwa appeared. The power of an innate spiritual treasure, the aura of an unparalleled divine weapon, suddenly exploded. At this moment, Xiaoduo suddenly felt that someone in front of him was watching him. In front of him? Watching him? Oh my God! Then, a mysterious spiritual energy rushed into Xiaoduo's mind. His Dantian suddenly responded, and his spiritual energy surged to an unprecedented level, breaking free from the earth-penetrating seal. In the sky, Tu Yunxiao was in charge of the spiritual seal. His eyes were like an eagle's. Through the miniature of the spiritual seal, he sensitively noticed that Xiaoduo's eyelids fluttered. He could not help but shout, "Oh no, he's recovered. How can he recover so quickly?"
Boom.
The white-haired old man in the lead did not hesitate. He rushed at full speed and brazenly self-destructed. Xiaoduo, die. Boom, boom, boomed. The 15 people who were about to reach the predetermined position all self-destructed at the same time. Xiaoduo, who was in midair, was instantly submerged in smoke and dust and disappeared. It was as if he had been blasted into smithereens by this extremely violent chain of explosions. Not even his bones were left. The entire sky above Mount Crimson Sun was instantly covered by a rain of blood. The entire sky turned pink. In the sky, Lei Chongtian was already fighting with the 3 great shamans. The wind and clouds were surging, and cracks in space covered the sky like a spider web. He chose to attack when the earth-penetrating seal was used, and Xiaoduo was flipped out. However, Wu Du and the other 2 gritted their teeth and forcefully endured Lei Chongtian's attack. They did not let this demon ancestor charge out more than 1,000 feet. Wu Du Zhumang Shihai. In this life, I will never coexist with the three of you. Lei Changtian roared with grief and indignation. His heart and liver were torn apart. At this moment, it was as if high-level martial artists and peak returnance martial artists did not need money. After those 15 people, more than 20 body incineration martial artists once again gathered together and self-destructed. The entire sky fell into a continuous, uncontrollable tremor. The space was in a fragmented state and did not calm down for a long time. Those cracks in space flashed with a sinister black light in midair. They were like giant mouths that could swallow all living things and annihilate all life. Smoke and dust continued to fill the air. Countless large rocks were still scattered and shattered. In the midst of this chain of explosions, the volcano beside them also began to erupt. It spewed out large amounts of magma that shot thousands of meters into the air. It seemed that this ecological environment was about to be completely destroyed by this series of unforeseen events, leaving behind a scene of devastation. At this moment, even the flying Dao integration powerhouses above his head were trying their best to avoid this area. The entire area, to put it bluntly, had been blown up into nothingness. All that could be seen was a gigantic black hole that had appeared due to the abnormally strong explosion. The surrounding space was still mottled and fragmented, and the speed at which it repaired itself was extremely slow. Is Zuoshaoduo dead? Countless people were waiting for this result to arrive. Logically speaking, under such a series of explosive attacks, even a Dao-fusing expert would be dead without a doubt, let alone Zuoshaoduo. Furthermore, the few Gui Xian returning realm cultivators who were within the radius of the explosion were too close to the epicenter of the explosion. Before they could even self-destruct, they had already been torn to shreds by the shockwaves of their brothers' self-destructions. In a sense, they were like fish in a moat that had been caught in the crossfire, and each of these people was much further away than Zuoshaoduo. If they were not lucky enough, would Zuoshaoduo still have a chance to escape? The power of the most direct explosion had already come to an end, but the reverberations that filled heaven and earth were far from over. In fact, there were even signs that they were becoming more and more intense. As time passed, the 5 volcanoes that were originally unaffected by the explosion also showed signs of eruption under the continuous reverberations of heaven and earth. Moreover, the eruption was becoming more and more intense, and it was getting out of hand. As black smoke filled the air, an earth-shattering boom sounded, and a fiery red light shot into the air. One of the volcanoes had begun to erupt. As the first volcano began to erupt, the third volcano also began to erupt. Countless streams of lava spewed out like a flood, converging from 5 different directions toward the depression in the middle. The lava in this area of the Red Sun mountain range was very different from the lava that everyone knew. It was bright red in color, and there was even a faint trace of a scorching white color. Everywhere it passed, everything was incinerated, and even space was completely vaporized. The originally surviving vegetation was completely incinerated by the scorching lava. No matter how resistant they were to high temperatures, they could not withstand the continuous surging of lava like this. The heat wave steamed, turning into a large amount of black smoke and white gas, raging up and filling heaven and earth. The huge basin in the middle had turned into a huge magma lake in an extremely short period of time. However, a huge amount of magma was still pouring into it. It was a shocking and spectacular sight. Looking at the situation, Zuoshaoduo should be dead. Because of the previous great change, the warriors who had first retreated and then turned back, upon seeing this, all retreated desperately, avoiding this terrifying area that could kill people. In an instant, except for the rumbling sounds caused by the eruption of the volcanoes, everyone else's faces were pale, and their eyes were filled with fear. No one said a word. Several young masters rushed to Tu Yinxiao's side like a whirlwind and said, "Quickly use the soul seal to confirm the status of Zuoshaoduo's soul seal. Has it really disappeared?" These people were Hai Hunshan, Sha Hun, Shaja, Shayu, Kami no Su, Yanziki, and the other one from the Boundless Great Witch family, who was also the one in charge of the earth-penetrating seal, a young man who looked to be in his 30s. The core of the young master's side was led by these 8 people. Originally, the Thunder Cat should be included, but now the Thunder Cat had already retreated. Of course, there was still Sha Diao, but Sha Diao was really not the core, so he was just drifting outside. At this moment, his eyes were shining, and he looked like he was ready to fight with the volcano. Tu Yunxiao's face was pale as he controlled the soul seal. He hurriedly said, "Please give me a hand. I just consumed too much spiritual power. With my current strength, I can't control the soul seal for a long time." The few people next to him didn't hesitate. They hurriedly transferred their spiritual power to help Tu Yunxiao. The soul seal flashed a strange light again, and a white light shot straight to the bottom of the magma lake below. "He's not dead." Hai Hunshan was completely shocked. It's already like this, and this kid is still not dead? Preposterous. Preposterous. Sha Hun looked at the bubbling magma lake, and his eyes stared straight. He's not dead? He's still here? He's still here? The new magma lake was so hot that the steam rushed up tens of thousands of meters into the sky. According to the soul seal's positioning, Zhou Xiaoduo, a big living person, was currently soaking in the magma lake. After being attacked repeatedly, he was still alive. Was this a joke or a joke? Everyone was dumbfounded. Fuck, what kind of vitality was this? He was too resilient. The 8 young masters froze in the air, not knowing how to react. High in the sky, the 4 people who were fighting to the death also stopped at the same time. It was because Zhou Xiaoduo's soul seal was still there, which meant that this kid was still alive. It's impossible. After so many explosions, he's still not dead? The non-poisonous, which couldn't help but scratch his hair and murmur, "He's really resilient." The Zhu Meng, which blinked and said, "My life is really tough." The West Sea, which tilted his neck, "This kid is still alive." The demon ancestor Lei Changtian said, "Fuck. I was so fucking scared to death." The 4 people breathed a sigh of relief one after another, but the meaning of relief was obviously different. The 3 witches sighed, but the demon ancestor was glad from the bottom of his heart. He felt like he was hovering between life and death. The West Sea, which squinted. "Are we still fighting? Why are we still fighting?" The non-poisonous, which rolled her eyes. "You're really resistant to anesthesia. You're really tough. I don't think the situation is very good." Lei Changtian said, "Haha, I think we should continue to ride the donkey and read the songbook. Let's wait and see." He had no choice. He only had his brother now, and fighting against them was the worst strategy. There was no possibility of gaining any advantage. Even if he lost his life, he still couldn't defeat the 3 witches or take away Zhou Xiaoduo. Now that Zhou Xiaoduo was still alive, of course, he had to use this tactful method to settle this matter. "Drink tea? Drink tea. Is there wine? You're quite thoughtful. Do you want to change it on the dot?" "On the dot. Old demon, can't you do it? It's rare for everyone to get together." "Of course, count me in." "On the dot." As a result, the few people who had been fighting for their lives just a moment ago and were almost playing with their lives became drinking and chatting again. The forces of the UMNO alliance were still rushing over, and more people were gathering. But now, no matter how many people there were, they couldn't do anything in the face of the lake-like magma lake in front of them. Among the people in front of them, the highest cultivation level was only at the peak of the profound returning realm. They really couldn't get into the magma lake to find Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhou Xiaoduo specialized in fire tribute cultivation techniques and had many supplies and treasures, so he wouldn't die in there. But do you really want to go in and try? Once the protective true essence couldn't withstand the high heat, you would be cooked after rolling twice at most. At this time, the 5 volcanoes around them finally stopped erupting. But no one knew whether it was the effect of the earth-penetrating seal or the volcanoes or the magma lake, but the terrain of the magma lake area showed a trend of getting higher and higher. What was even more incredible was that although the volcanoes had stopped erupting, the temperature of the magma lake didn't show any signs of decreasing. For some reason, it even continued to rise. The magma lake now gave people a subtle feeling that it was a super big bomb, and it could explode at any time. The core area of the Scarlet Sun Mountain Range was about 20 miles away from here. That area was originally the hottest area and also the highest place. But now, the temperature of this magma lake that had suddenly appeared was shockingly higher than that of the core area. As time went on, the terrain of the basin area in front of them gradually rose faster and faster, and it became more and more obvious. It felt as if there was a giant below, holding up the entire magma lake and slowly standing up. Some people noticed that it wasn't just the magma lake area in front of them. Even the surrounding mountains were rising, and the surface of the ground was also changing. Under this continuous change, the original core area of the Scarlet Sun Mountain Range became lower. After a while, on the opposite side of the central area, in the direction of the tail of the magma lake, the mountain range continued to rise, causing the magma lake area to gradually show a trend of slowly tilting. Everyone didn't know why, but they all stared with their eyes wide open. Their faces were full of astonishment, and they didn't know why such a change was happening. Actually, it wasn't just them. Even the few almighty figures in the sky were staring with their eyes wide open, not knowing what was going on. How could this be? Although the earth-penetrating seal was powerful, it couldn't possibly have such an effect. And just when the magma lake tilted to a certain extent, the magma finally began to overflow bit by bit, flowing toward the strange terrain of the central area of the Scarlet Sun Mountain Range. As the magma lake tilted, the magma lake began to flow outward. All the terrain and obstacles along the way were completely burned and flattened. Even a small mountain along the way that was in the way was only blocked for a moment as the magma lake continued to flow past. The small mountain was assimilated by the magma and also turned into magma, flowing away together. On this side, the magma lake that was still tilting up had already become a natural ladle. The magma in the ladle was surging out more and more rapidly. Rumble! The continuously surging magma torrent announced that it had officially taken shape. It was abundant and unstoppable, and its momentum was unparalleled. A series of earth-shattering explosions and a series of unforeseen events occurred. The sea turned into mulberry fields, and the landscape changed. At this moment, the massive magma torrent surged into the Scarlet Sun Mountain Range with the momentum of a tsunami. Originally, the terrain was the highest, but now it was reduced to the central area with the lowest altitude. This scene was simply a rare spectacle, and this rare spectacle was accomplished in a single day. However, this rare scene could only be maintained for a short period of time. At this moment, the difference between the height of the magma lake and the bottom had already reached a height of nearly 700 meters. Just like that, it poured down with a rumble. Under the baptism of the torrential magma torrent, everything below was either submerged or assimilated into a magma-like substance and flowed away. Many unknown rocks below were all like magma, and then the magma above continued to pour down like the Milky Way. Waterfall. Magma waterfall. After a while, specks of starlight suddenly rose in the mountain range. An inexplicable feeling quietly rose from the valley. Then, a mysterious and inexplicable red light suddenly soared into the sky, covering the sun and the sky. It actually caused the other areas of the whole world to fall into a strange dark state. Under the dazzling red light, it was as if even the sun had disappeared. Everyone could only see that the dazzling red light became more and more dazzling, and the range of its influence became wider and wider. Gradually, the entire sky became red. The red light was so grand that it was extremely dazzling. It was extremely domineering. After a series of unexpected changes, the scene in front of them was so grand. In the sky, except for the 9 disciples of the great sorcerer, no one else could stand. And these 9 people stood in the sky with a confused look and couldn't move at all. The 8 of them were together, and they were dumbfounded. There was also Sha Diao, who was standing alone in the sky on the other side of the sky with a stiff body. The 9 of them were scared out of their wits.
How could this be?
What's going on? Who fixed me in place? The others were forced to retreat by the red light, and they were isolated thousands of miles away. And the experts who were flying in the sky above were also teleported away with a confused look. Even they didn't know what was going on, and they were already thousands of miles away. All of this happened in a very strange way. And in a higher place, the four people who were drinking also showed a surprised look, and they all looked down. They saw the red light overflowing everywhere, and an indescribable scorching power, with the power to burn the heavens and destroy the earth, brazenly rushed up to an extremely high altitude. An unprecedentedly grand aura suddenly took shape, as if a majestic giant, whose head reached the sky and feet stepped on the ground, was standing in front of them. "Get out!" Although they didn't really hear such a voice, the four of them had such a feeling, and it was unusually clear and real. And the domineering aura they felt was even more earth-shattering, and heaven and earth lost its color. The three great sorcerers, Wu Du, Shihai, and Zhu Meng's expressions changed drastically. The demon ancestor Lei Changtian felt his blood and qi churning, and the spiritual energy in his dantian was flowing in the opposite direction. In an instant, his 5 internal organs were almost ruptured. This aura was clearly divided into friend and foe. To the three great sorcerers, it was only banishment, not even a light punishment. But to the demon ancestor, it had the intention to kill him. And with the power displayed by this aura, it wasn't rare or impossible to kill the demon ancestor, Lei Changtian. Lei Zhangtian, the devil ancestor, let out a strange howl. He stood up, tore the space apart, and flew backward. The 3 senior magi behind him were pushed out by that great power, following the devil ancestor's move. These 4 could be said to be the most powerful people in the world. If they really joined forces, they might even be able to fight against the Flood Witch. But they didn't have the slightest strength to resist, and they were thrown out of the current space by this aura. Such a scene, such an unforeseen event, if one didn't see it with their own eyes, how could they believe it?
Puff.
Lei Changtian spat out a mouthful of blood, and he was dumbfounded.
This.
What's going on? The Flood is here in person. Even the greatly improved Flood doesn't have such power. What kind of power is this? What kind of power is this? The 3 great sorcerers looked as if they had seen a ghost.
This
is the power of Zhu Wu's level. This is the power of Zhu Wu Zhurong's aura. But how is this possible? Zhu Wu Zhurong? Hearing the words of the 3 great sorcerers, Lei Changtian murmured almost unconsciously. Then, as if he was suddenly awakened, he raised his head and cried out, "Zhu Wu!" The 4 of them looked over again, and they saw that in front of them was the space of extreme red light. A figure with a powerful posture that seemed to fill the whole world appeared. Judging from the height of this figure, he was at least a few thousand meters tall. His facial features were clear, and his figure was majestic. Just by standing in the air and looking around, he naturally emanated a domineering aura of supremacy that filled the sky and dominated the world. The eyes of this figure glanced at the 4 people. Most likely, everyone here was like an ant, and only these 4 people were worthy of his attention. Picking the tallest one out of the shortest, they were just SOSO. Lei Zhangtian and the other 3 men suddenly felt as if they were suffocating. It was an indescribable sense of oppression. It's really Zhu Wu Zhurong. The non-poisonous great sorcerer almost stopped breathing, and he groaned with difficulty. He looked straight at the giant that filled the world, and his eyes were full of awe, respect, and yearning. This was the level of Zhu Wu's power. This was the level of Zhu Wu's power. That was his life's goal. This was the pinnacle of power belonging to the Wu people. That figure only glanced over here once, and then slowly turned around and merged into the Red Sun mountain range. That huge figure dissipated bit by bit in the air and finally disappeared. However, the glaring red light of the Red Sun mountain range became even more restless. The West Sea Great Sorcerer was dumbfounded. Suddenly, his mind became clear, and he activated the soul-shaking technique without hesitation. Second brother, come quickly. Zhu Wu Zhurong has appeared. Zhu Wu Zhurong's divine consciousness projection appeared, but the great Inferno sorcerer who had inherited Zhurong's bloodline was not here. What a pity. That giant figure slowly sank into the valley, and the increasingly hot flames rapidly rose into the sky. 9 streaks of red light turned into rainbows and swept up Sha Hun, Hai Hunshan, and the others who were frozen in midair. Then, they were forcefully dragged down into the valley. The entire space stabilized, and the huge lava lake became calm. Not even the slightest bit of heat was left. All that was left was a fiery red lake that was tens of thousands of acres of flat land. The next moment, the sky suddenly returned to blue sky and white clouds, and the red sun hung high in the sky. It was as if nothing had happened. However, Tu Yunxiao and the other 8 people, as well as Xiaoduo, seemed to have disappeared from this world, under that lava lake. Lei Changtian almost had a cerebral hemorrhage when he saw this. He moaned as if he was about to cry. My grandson is also down there. The great sorcerer and the others looked at each other and did not say anything for a long time. Only your grandson? What the fuck? We have a total of 9 people. Kami no Su from the Zhu Mang Great Sorcerer clan, Sha Hun, Sha Yu, Sha Zhe Kof, Sha Jiao from the Golden Scale Great Sorcerer clan, Tu Yunxiao and Tu Yunyun from the Boundless Great Sorcerer clan, Yan Ziki from the Burning Candle Great Sorcerer clan, Hai Hunshan from the West Sea Great Sorcerer clan. These direct descendants, the geniuses of the clan, were all sealed down here. What should they do? According to the ancient legends, the Red Sun Mountain was the place where the great sorcerer Zhu Rong died. However, that was just a legend. Moreover, there were many similar legends. The great sorcerer of Raging Fire would come here dozens of times every year, but he did not find anything. Why was there such a sudden change this time? A Zhu Rong ancestor of the Magus clan. What was going on? Chapter 990. The entire Red Sun Mountain range had undergone the most drastic changes in appearance. At this moment, disaster was everywhere and no one could survive. Billowing heat waves soared into the sky. The central area was as flat as a mirror, but it was crimson like blood. It looked like it could burn the sky and destroy the earth. However, if someone was close to it, they would feel the heat overflowing from it. It was no different from ordinary ground. However, everyone knew that below it was magma that even high-level martial artists could not resist. There was also the power of fire that was even more powerful than magma. The current situation was not only strange, but also inexplicably strange. Above the boiling magma, there was a frozen surface. This was incomprehensible and unimaginable. Apart from this central area, the other areas within a radius of 1,000 miles were filled with raging flames. No one could survive. No matter how high one's cultivation was, even the demon ancestor and several great shamans would be isolated, let alone others. The monstrous power displayed by Zhu Wu Zhu Rong was still enough to intimidate any powerhouse in this world even after so many years. No one could take half a step forward. As long as one got close, they would receive an early warning. It was the early warning of danger for high-level cultivators. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The overwhelming power of spirit power mixed with a sharp sense of killing intent made everyone on the scene clearly feel that if they kept moving forward, they would be attacked by the power that Zhu Rong, ancestor of Magi, had left behind. Across the entire continent, even the Flood Witch, who is known to be invincible, was not confident that she could resist this power and not die. Lei Zhangtian and the others could only look at the ocean and sigh. The West Sea Great Shaman and the others were anxious and worried about the safety of the many descendants of the Umno Alliance, but that was all they were worried about. Lei Changtian was different. His heart was about to explode. None of the 4 top masters dared to leave or act rashly. The current situation was very delicate. Except for Zhou Xiaoduo, the people who were trapped in the central area were the descendants of the various great wizard clans. They were the leaders of the next generation. If they died in battle, it would be fine. However, if they died in the place of inheritance of the ancestral sorcerer, it would be a big joke. As for Lei Changtian, at this moment, Lei Changtian was increasingly regretting why he had acted so cleverly, causing his precious treasure to be trapped in this place. Her life and death were unknown, and her luck and fortune were unpredictable. If anything were to happen to this brat, not to mention how his elder brother and son-in-law would react, even his own daughter would hunt him down for the rest of his life. Moreover, they would have to perish together if they caught up. For tens of thousands of years, there was only one seedling in 1,000,000 acres of land. Therefore, the current situation was extremely delicate. The 3 grand shamans and the devil ancestor were all frozen near the left side, waiting silently at the edge of the boundary. Lei Changtian had already cursed himself 1,000 times in his heart. Lei Changtian, oh Lei Changtian, what is wrong with your brain every day? Back then, he was hot-headed. He had brought his daughter to experience the world, and then he had lost his daughter. A good cabbage had been taken away by that damn Chang. Then, after a period of time, in order to improve, he was hot-headed. He chose the devil path regardless of the consequences and trained himself until he was neither human nor ghost. Even if he got the nickname of the devil ancestor, what was the point? No matter how ancestor he was, wasn't he still a devil? Then, in order to prove that he was still a pillar of the astral souls, a role model for the human race, and not weaker than the Imperial Monster Inspector or the Emperor Zhaixing, he was hot-headed. He killed the genius of the Umno Alliance and lost all his brothers. Now, after cultivating for so many years, healing his old wounds, and reappearing in the world, he still did not learn his lesson. He was hot-headed. He wanted to do his best for his daughter, but he was afraid that the couple would be too spoiled, so he personally took action to train his grandson. As a result, Lei Zhongtian was really regretting his decision. Could he not be hot-headed? On the other side, the great fire shaman who was in seclusion was also shocked by this sudden change. He was frightened. The great fire shaman of the West Sea Shaman. He was originally at the critical moment of meditation. After the guidance of the Flood Witch, he had already faintly felt the direction of the road ahead. He was no longer as confused as before. He could almost see clearly and move forward steadily. When he was inexplicably excited, the great fire shaman came. The great fire shaman directly spat out a mouthful of blood and was directly driven out of the mysterious state. He directly began to curse. Fucking West Sea. I haven't been able to find a way for so many years. Now that I have finally glimpsed the door, you old bastard, you scared me out. I will remember this account, and I will definitely calculate with you. Finally, the artistic conception still existed. The great fire shaman anxiously replied to the great fire shaman of the West Sea. Get out. Then he went back to seclusion. The great fire shaman did not really pay attention to what the great fire shaman of the West Sea said from beginning to end. His mind was full of new insights, and his thoughts were to quickly grasp the inspiration. If he could not grasp this kind of flash of inspiration, he might not be able to have a second chance in his life. 3 great shamans and a demon ancestor suddenly stood outside. Every day felt like a year, and they sighed from time to time. They looked at each other and felt that each other's eyes were the same color as their own. They were all at a loss and did not know how to deal with it. At this moment, we are in the same boat. What can we do? The great fire shaman of the West Seaside. The great fire shaman of the poisonous poison shaman also felt the same way. Now he was not as happy as he was when he first came out. His head drooped, and a small braid on his scalp, which almost lost all his hair, fluttered in the wind. I really didn't expect. The people on both sides of the opposite side would become a nest of snakes and rats. The great fire shaman of the poisonous poison shaman murmured. The great fire shaman of the Zhu Meng said angrily, Damn, can you learn how to use idioms? How many years have I told you this? If you don't know how to use it, don't use it blindly. Otherwise, shut your broken mouth. Lei Changtian rolled his eyes. Who is with you snakes and rats? You lost those rotten sweet potatoes and stinky bird eggs, and you're depressed for a while. Even with your status, you won't even be depressed. Sighing is the end, but When the demon ancestor said this, his voice was choked, and he almost burst into tears. Those two. I can't afford to offend either of them. A desolate feeling of having nothing left to live for suddenly filled his heart. There was nothing more desolate than this. In the future, my head will not be hot anymore. Zhuoxiaoduo was fixed in the air by an inexplicable force, like a mosquito trapped in resin. He had no room to struggle. He could only look at the countless burning body orders around him, rushing towards him as fast as lightning. Everyone had a resolute and heroic look on their faces. It's over. It's over. Zhuoxiaoduo was burning with anxiety. He activated all his primordial qi, genuine qi, and spiritual qi. He tried his best to struggle, but he was suppressed by the combined power of the earth-penetrating seal and the soul seal. He could not move at all. Just as someone was about to die from shock, Little White, Little Nine, and the sword of Empress Envoi moved in unison. The vast and mighty aura that originated from innate spirit treasures erupted in an instant, cutting off the earth-penetrating seal's entrapment effect. Zhuoxiaoduo was finally able to break free. He wanted to escape into the Tower of Destruction immediately to avoid the earth-shattering explosion that was about to happen. Now that the battle was fierce and dangerous, it was a matter of life and death. Whether or not he exposed his trump card had become secondary. Everything was to save his own life. If he stayed outside, he would be turned into fireworks together with the burning body orders. Even if he managed to sneak into the Tower of Destruction in time, he would still have to bear the impact of the explosion. He might not be able to survive. Would he be able to escape this calamity? Just as the most extreme moment arrived, an extremely hot and indescribably terrifying power rushed up from the ground, once again locking Zhuoxiaoduo in place and pulling him down. This power came very suddenly. Following the appearance of this power, the self-detonation attacks of the group of esteemed immolation Ritz people also came crashing down. What made Zhuoxiaoduo extremely surprised was that although the scorching energy had shackled him tightly, it had also blocked the self-detonation of the esteemed immolation Rit, which was enough to kill Zhuoxiaoduo 10 or 20 times over. It had blocked it so easily, as if it was nothing at all. Oh, that's true. Zhuoxiaoduo's heart, that was still unwilling to die, was instantly put down by half. He tried to stretch his legs, widen his eyes, and straighten his back. Unfortunately, he still couldn't move at all. Just as Zhuoxiaoduo didn't know whether he should be happy or sad, or should he be glad that he could survive such a dangerous situation, the Wahuang sword, which had worked together to break the binding of the earth-penetrating seal, let out a sword cry. Suddenly, its aura became violent. As if it had seen its enemy from its previous life, it once again burst out with an unprecedentedly intense sword aura, roaring and rushing toward the hot power. Unfortunately, the moment of contact, the hot power only paused for a very short moment. Then, with a whoosh, it forcefully wrapped around the Wahuang sword and pulled it down. The Wahuang sword and Zhuoxiaoduo's aura were connected as if they were one. Of course, Zhuoxiaoduo was pulled down together with the Wahuang sword.
Whoosh.
He was like a stiff salted fish. Fuck, 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 fuck. Zhuoxiaoduo cried bitterly in his heart. He had always been willing to sacrifice his life, but at this moment, he was cursing endlessly in his heart. Brother, I didn't intend to live and die together with the Wahuang sword. It provoked you, so go and find it. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Why are you involving me? I'm an undeserved disaster, an unexpected disaster. He fell all the way down, as if he was in a nightmare. After a long time, Zhuoxiaoduo only felt that his body had been passing through the vast volcanoes all the way. It was a subtle feeling that he couldn't reach the bottom. At this moment of despair, Zhuoxiaoduo's brain twitched. He didn't know why, but he unexpectedly remembered something Li Chenglong said during the Starry Mountain trial. Boss, if you encounter danger, go into the volcano's crater. At this moment, Zhuoxiaoduo only wanted to say, swollen, your mouth is too accurate. I really came in, but I didn't come in voluntarily. I was dragged in. I was dragged in. I was dragged in. I was wiped out that I really want to beat your crow's beak to death. Chapter 991. After an unknown amount of time, Zuoshaoduo finally felt his body come into contact with something solid. It seemed like he had bumped into something hard. Then, he felt as if his whole body was falling apart. His chest felt stuffy, and it was extremely difficult to breathe. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood and immediately fainted. The only vague thought in his mind was, "Sigh, I really can't escape this time. What a pity, I haven't consummated my marriage with Nian Cat yet." Then, he lost all consciousness. The Wahuang's sword let out a clanging sound, as if it was a defeated soldier that had lost a battle. It stabbed into the ground beside Zuoshaoduo without any luster. Its glory was gone. "Today, I am a dragon in the shallows, and a tiger in the plains is bullied by dogs. Sob, sob, sob. Why aren't you strong enough?" Of course, Zuoshaoduo didn't know that there were 9 people who were gnashing their teeth and rubbing their palms to kill him, but they also fell down one after another. After an unknown amount of time, Zuoshaoduo slowly woke up. Cough, cough. After spitting out another mouthful of blood, Zuoshaoduo opened his eyes with difficulty. The first thing he did when he regained consciousness was to connect to the Tower of Void Destruction. As long as he could connect, he could use the Divine Stone to heal himself. At least it could help him continue to live. Unfortunately, he didn't know what was going on here. The Tower of Void Destruction, which was connected to his soul, couldn't be connected. But the space ring on his hand could still be used. He quickly took out 2 healing elixirs and threw them into his mouth. Then, he opened his eyes and checked his surroundings. This place can't be connected to the Tower of Void Destruction. It's a place of trouble. I can't stay here for long. Zuoshaoduo rolled and got up. Then, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. He was dizzy and stunned. As far as the eye could see, it was a boundless sea of fire. In all 4 directions, there was a sea of fire that stretched as far as the eye could see. In the entire space that was as big as a small world, only the place where he was standing was not invaded by the fire. Zuoshaoduo frowned and tried to take 2 steps to the east, 3 steps, 5 steps. Following a loud explosion, a blue flame came burning over. Zuoshaoduo's flaming sun scripture was completely unable to resist it. He screamed out in fear and desperately raised his head back. He could only see black ash falling down before his eyes. His hair, eyebrows, and the fine hairs on his face fluttering, they turned into ashes. What the hell? What kind of fire is this? How can he be so overbearing? Zuoshaoduo touched his face and found that there was a layer of blisters on his face. He hurriedly circulated his internal energy to recover, but there was still a lingering fear in his heart. This fire, he had only stepped out of the lightning pool slightly, but he had almost been burned to death. I'm cultivating a top-grade fire attribute cultivation method, but I still can't resist it at all. This fire was its level so high. But in the next moment, looking at the endless sea of fire, Zuoshaoduo, who was standing in a place of despair, did not feel the slightest bit of fear. Instead, his eyes were filled with a burning light. How is this a calamity? This is simply an extraordinary opportunity bestowed upon me by the heavens, right? As long as I absorb all of this sea of fire, my flaming sun scripture will definitely evolve to a whole new level. Then won't I be able to
Ho-ho.
fly into the sky? Then, when I see Nian Cat, won't I be able to ho-ho-ho?
Hee-hee-hee.
Zuoshaoduo looked at the sea of fire, his imagination running wild. His eyes were full of desire. But in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. Because the sea of fire was changing again, from all directions, from the horizon, rows of flames, like the tip of a black and purple flame spear, formed bit by bit, pressing over from afar with a heavy aura. Looking further, it was clear that there were still rows of them forming. The progress seemed to be very slow, but there were no signs of it stopping. Looking at the densely packed black and purple spear tips that gradually filled the sky and gradually approached, Zuoshaoduo felt a chill run down his spine. He could clearly feel that the lethality of each spear tip formed by the black and purple flames was many times stronger than the blue flames from before. With his small body, there was no way he could withstand it. With the appearance of the black and purple flames, The sea of fire on the ground shrank bit by bit, retreating and gathering together to form even more powerful flames. They flew into the sky and formed the black and purple flame spear tips. As the flames on the ground gradually disappeared, the sky, including the top of his head, began to fill with the purple flame spear tips, layer by layer. After a while, Zhuo inadvertently discovered that not far in front of him, there was an extremely vast space. Mountains stood tall, filled with colorful clouds. The mountains were steep, and each peak towered above the clouds. It was a magnificent sight. There seemed to be someone murmuring, roaring, and cursing in the distance. It also seemed that the war drums on the horizon were constantly beating. Suddenly, countless people appeared in the distance. They were fighting fiercely in a way that was far beyond Zhuo's understanding. The power of each of their movements was enough to destroy the world. This kind of power made Zhuo feel cold all over. His legs trembled, and he was dumbfounded. One of the people who was covered in flames was the focus of this battle. He was constantly fighting left and right. He fought with people, dragons, phoenixes, Kirans, and a group of people. In any case, he was constantly fighting, destroying, killing, and slaughtering living creatures. He was like a blood-stained warmonger, infinitely awe-inspiring. He didn't know how many enemies he had fought. In the last battle, he was fighting with a person wearing a crown. That person took out a bell, covered him, and then suddenly struck. The sound of the bell instantly shook the mountains and rivers. The whole universe seemed to be boiling because of this sound. Then, a desperate roar came from under the giant bell. Dong Huang. Then, with a tragic cry, an immeasurable sea of fire and a boundless sea of fire emerged under the bell. After a while, all these scenes started from the beginning again, and then repeated until the last battle, when he was covered by the bell. With a shake, the sea of fire and the sea of fire appeared, and the cycle repeated. Zhuo seemed to understand. This place seemed to be just a broken sea of consciousness. That was why the Tower of Destruction, which was connected to his spirit, was cut off. That was why he could continue to use the space ring, which was connected to his spirit through the blood contract. Originally, the cycle of the scenes should be exactly the same. There was no difference at all. However, after observing for a long time, Zhuo slowly realized that the seemingly repeating scene was actually different every time. But if he didn't observe it for a long time, or if he didn't observe it over and over again, it would be difficult to discover it. There were many people in the scenes who didn't appear before, but appeared later. Or there were many people who appeared before, but didn't appear again after that. The only possibility for this situation was that this broken sea of consciousness was very unstable and could collapse at any time. Moreover, the memory was a little chaotic. It was just that the original owner of this sea of consciousness was too strong, so before the sea of consciousness completely collapsed, it still had a power that was beyond estimation, beyond imagination, and beyond understanding. As for this level, it was far beyond what Zhuo could handle, so he simply focused all of his attention on the content of the images that were repeating over and over again. These scenes could be called ancient mysteries and the most precious information. Since he couldn't do anything else, he might as well take these as a reward. Maybe he could see a glimmer of hope from them. There was only one end of the scenes in the sea of consciousness, which was the fall of the giant bell and the appearance of the boundless sea of fire. There were many other scenes, and there were many more involving outstanding people. There was a giant with a longbow. When he drew the bow and shot, the whole world suddenly turned dark. There was also a person who drowned the sky wherever he went. There was also a person who casually waved his hand and made the sky densely covered with thunder and lightning. There was also a person who raised a mountain from the ground and changed the sea into mulberry fields with a stomp of his foot. And of course, the one who appeared the most was the owner of this space. That was the red-robed man. With a move of his mind, the raging flames would burn the world. He watched as the red-robed man fought and became stronger all the way.
Then,
finally, the great battle began. The sky was densely covered with divine beasts, dragons, phoenixes, and Kylan's sword. An earth-shattering battle unfolded. Later, it seemed that the person with the longbow was killed. For some reason, the red-robed man quarreled with the green-robed man who was originally on the same side. Then, they fought fiercely and fiercely, then, both of them suffered great losses. The red-robed man rushed out alone angrily. Along the way, he killed countless demonic beasts, divine beasts, and holy beasts. There were also countless experts who looked like they were from the demon clan. Finally, he met the person who was wearing a royal robe and a crown. That was the Dong Huang that the red-robed man spoke of. In the final battle, the two of them seemed to have only said a few words before they started to fight. The red-robed man was obviously not the opponent of the crowned man. Moreover, he had lost a lot of energy in the previous battles. The disparity in strength between the two of them was even greater. In the end, it seemed that the crowned man said something, and the red-robed man laughed out loud in disdain. Then they started to fight again. However, a giant bell fell from the sky and ended the battle. The Sea of Fire and the Sea of Fire appeared for a moment. The whole world turned into endless darkness. Then, after a while, everything started again. Zhuo watched carefully as he walked quickly on the ground. As time went by, the Sea of Fire on the ground had condensed into purplish-black flame spears in the sky. They were densely arranged in the sky. There were at least hundreds of millions of them, and the number was still increasing. Zhuo ran quickly in the complicated terrain, trying to find a favorable terrain that he could use to hide himself. He was sure that the flame spears in the sky would fall sooner or later. As for the power of the flaming spears, even a single one of them was not something that he could bear, let alone such a huge number of them. Therefore, he had to find a place to hide. Survival was the most important thing. This had been engraved in Zhuo's mind for a long time. As time went by, Zhuo saw the scene again and again. He had a vague guess in his heart. He was more and more certain that this realm was a space of inheritance left behind by a powerful person after his death. What a great opportunity! Zhuo's eyes were burning. Chapter 992. Of course, Zhuo was still clear-headed. Of course, it was an opportunity. However, this opportunity wasn't something that could be obtained easily. Because this almighty being's almighty was a little too big. This kind of power was not only beyond his knowledge, but also beyond the knowledge of all the masters in this world. Also, he did not know the purpose of this space. Was he going to find a successor and pass down everything he had learned to the next generation like he had thought? Or was it to pass on some important information? He could not be sure. But one thing was for sure. As long as he could survive in this space, he would be able to gain a lot of benefits. Just those scenes alone were already valuable information. It was an eye-opener for Zhuo, and he felt that it was extremely beneficial. Those were scenes from the primordial era. In the history of today's society, there were no longer any records of them. But the prerequisite was to survive. Based on the current situation, if the Almighty's goal was to find a successor, he would have to go through a test. It was not something that could be obtained by just anyone. The test set by such an almighty being could not be described simply as harsh. Most importantly, he was from the Astral Souls continent. He did not have the bloodline of the Wu people. Not only could he not hide this, but it could also be the source of the danger. Therefore, his life was still in great danger. But Zhuo's heart was filled with passion. As long as he could survive, the benefits would definitely be great. Just the power of this Sea of Fire was enough for him to improve his Fiery Sun technique by several levels. It could even transform to another level. Yes, he could also bring Xiao along to cultivate. He believed that it would be enough to supply him with more than enough. This was the purest power of the fire element that he had never seen before. If he had to compare it, the heart of the Fiery Sun was not even a little brother. It was just trash. I can make a fortune this time. It was a pity that Xiao was still in the Tower of Empyrean Destruction. Unfortunately, he had cut off the connection with the Tower of Empyrean Destruction. Now he only had one. She didn't know when it had become pitch black, like a defeated soldier. Huang's sword. Why else would I have looked down on you from the very beginning? Sigh. You really don't have the slightest bit of face that a divine artifact should have. Xiaoduo looked at the Huang sword with eyes full of disappointment. You're almost done for with just one touch. Tell me, what can I expect from you?
What can I expect from you?
Useless thing. The Huang sword drooped weakly. It really didn't have the strength to refute. Do you think I want to? When I flew out of the chaotic space, I was tricked by that bald donkey, and my soul was almost annihilated. Then I slept for tens of thousands of years. So, my original soul has already withered to the extreme. It has only recently recovered a little bit. But now, I've bumped into an old enemy. My current strength isn't even 1/10,000th of my peak strength. What can I do? How can I beat him? As the master, if you don't become stronger and your cultivation is so shallow, how am I supposed to become stronger? You still have the face to say that I don't have face. You make it sound like you have a lot of face. Pooh. Little dog Zhua, you're shameless. Xiaoduo ran all the way, like a fish that escaped the net. The terrain in front of him was extremely complicated. There were towering mountains, dense hills, valleys, and cliffs everywhere. If there was an ambush here, even if there were millions of troops, they could hide without leaving a trace. There are really places to hide, but this is not what I want. Xiaoduo looked at the flaming spears in the sky and sighed in his heart. He carefully looked at the complicated terrain on the ground and guessed the frequency of the flaming spears falling. He felt that he had the highest chance of avoiding them, however, he didn't know the frequency of the flaming spears in the sky. If there were 10,000 of them, he would still die. Just as he was looking around and couldn't come to a conclusion, a bright light suddenly flashed in the sky. The next moment, a flaming spear was in front of him. Oh my god! Xiaoduo was scared out of his wits.
So fast.
How could it be so fast? Amidst his shock, he hastily dodged and tilted his head. The rapidly descending flame spear nearly brushed past the tip of his nose and pierced into the ground with a pu sound. Immediately after, it exploded with a loud bang. The might of the explosion was even greater than that of the self-destruction of the Lord of the Burning Body Order. Ouch! Xiaoduo screamed and was blown 40 to 50 meters away by the explosion. His body was charred black, and his butt was charred. He spat out a big mouthful of blood. I was wrong. I was wrong. I forgot that the flaming spear was formed by a huge amount of fire. It will explode. That explosion just now was much more powerful than all the self-explosion of the immolation order peak immolation order that I've encountered before. Xiaoduo suddenly felt that his life was getting more and more dangerous. He ran back and forth like he was flying, trying to find a place to hide. The flaming spears in the sky were getting closer and closer. They could fall at any time and cause terrible damage. If he wasn't in a hurry, he would be risking his life. Just as Xiaoduo was running around like a headless fly, he suddenly heard the sound of explosions on the other side. Xiaoduo was stunned. He instinctively jumped into the air and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw that on the other side, the flaming spears had begun to form a considerable offensive. The flaming spears fell one after another and exploded continuously. It was like a modern rocket launcher. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tens of thousands of cannons were fired at the same time.
It was a spectacular sight.
As far as the eye could see, there were 9 figures running desperately, as if they had gone mad. They were quickly approaching Xiaoduo. Since the two sides were not too far apart, the speed of those people was also very fast. In the blink of an eye, the group of people had approached Xiaoduo. As the two sides gradually approached each other, the flaming spears that covered the other side's attack seemed to be moving. One of the flaming spears even started to attack Xiaoduo. What the fuck? Xiaoduo was shocked and hurriedly dodged. In an instant, he was flustered and exasperated. His heart was filled with anger. In the blink of an eye, he had already recognized the identities of those people. Hai Hunshan, Kami no Su, Sha Hun, Sha Yu, Sha Jia. And what was his name again? Sha Jiao? Tu Yunxiao, Yenziki. And it seemed like the last one. He didn't know Zhuo, who had always been scheming against others, cursed loudly for the first time in his life. A bunch of bastards. This place is so vast. Can't you run in any direction? Why did you have to come for me? You're fucking framing me. Zhuo shouted as he ran. Run in that direction. Everyone is too big of a target if we gather together. Those flaming guns are targeted at us. At this moment, it didn't matter if they were familiar with each other or if they were enemies. They had to think of a way to deal with the current situation first. Through the unforeseen event just now, it proved that those flaming guns were not only powerful, but also had specific attributes that were targeted. Hai Hunshan and the others looked in the direction of the voice. Their eyes lit up and they shouted in unison, Zhuo. Their voices were full of surprise, as if they had discovered a new continent. Zhuo turned a deaf ear to them and ran for his life. He wanted to leave this group of people as soon as possible. He couldn't help but feel strange. Why were these people so excited when they saw him? What was going on? Zhuo, don't run. Hai Hunshan chased after him desperately and shouted, Zhuo, Brother Zhuo, don't run. We don't mean any harm. We just want to cooperate with you. Don't run. Don't run? Zhuo ran even faster. Motherfucker. The situation is so dangerous now. If I get entangled with you guys, I will definitely be targeted by those flaming guns that were originally aimed at you guys. If any of you sneak a shot at me, I will definitely not be able to survive. Cooperation? I'll be damned if I believe you. You big toad. Seeing Zhuo run even faster, Sha Hun, Sha Yu and the others shouted together. Zhuo. Stop, we really want to cooperate with you. Let's discuss it. We are very sincere. Don't run. Their voices were urgent and anxious. Why would I discuss it with you guys that's sincere? Sincere your grandma's leg. Zhuo didn't even look back. He raised his middle finger with one hand and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Hai Hunshan's face was a little twisted. He doesn't trust us, sigh. Sha Hun sighed and said, Nonsense. If it were me, I wouldn't believe it either. If it were you, would you dare to believe it? However, as Zhuo left, everyone was pleasantly surprised to find that the flaming guns in the sky were slowly disappearing. It's all your fault. Hai Hunshan looked at Tu Yunxiao angrily. Why did you shoot at the sky for no reason? Tu Yunxiao's face was full of Sparta. I thought that since this is the place where Zhu Wu chose to inherit the legacy, the Wu people would definitely be given preferential treatment. It's understandable for me to give it a try. You're thinking too much. You almost got all of us killed. Everyone looked at him with disdain. What kind of peerless expert is Master Zhu Wu? How could he give you preferential treatment just because of Zhao's relationship? Besides, do you think you have a fire attribute bloodline? How could you be related to Master Zhu Rong? Tu Yunxiao was unhappy. That bastard Zhuo ran so fast. Sha Yu gritted her teeth. We really don't mean any harm now. We really want to cooperate. Sha Jiao said coldly, forget it. Do any of you dare to say that you believe it? Anyone with a brain only knows how to run. Do you think Zhuo is brainless? Don't you guys have any brains? This sentence was undoubtedly very effective. The 8 of them looked at him at the same time. They all felt that this guy's parents were right to give him this name. He was the weakest among all of them, yet he dared to mock so many people. He was truly an idiot who didn't know the meaning of death. Chapter 993. What can we do if we don't believe it? The only thing we can do now is to find Zhuo and cooperate with him. This guy has 2 of our treasures. Only by gathering all our treasures and activating them at full power can we be safe in the holy land of Zhu Wu. We have to pass the safety test first before we can get the inheritance. Hai Hunshan sighed, but looking at the situation now, he won't even talk to us. How can we reach an agreement? Sha Jiao frowned and said, It's a pity that there are no beauties here. Otherwise, we can use a honey trap or something. Sha Yu was a little angry. Sha Jiao, what do you mean? Am I not a woman? Xiaojiao asked doubtfully. You? He looked at Xiaoyu from head to toe and said with an extremely disdainful expression, Didn't you hear what I said? I'm talking about a honey trap, not a woman's trap. If you use the honey trap, the chances of Zhou Xiaoduo becoming impotent are higher. Xiaoyu was so angry at Xiaojiao's words that her face turned blue. Am I that ugly? I'm so ugly that Zhou Xiaoduo will become impotent when he sees me. After 3 seconds, Xiaoyu regained her breath and roared, Xiaojiao, you and I are irreconcilable in this life. She rushed over with bared fangs and brandished claws. Suddenly, a tragic civil war began. Xiaoyu was so angry that she didn't care about her own safety. Xiaojiao was also a martial arts fanatic. He didn't care about the difference between a man and a woman. Therefore, this battle was so tragic that it almost killed someone. The others who were present were sweating profusely trying to stop the fight, not to mention the people involved. After persuading them, Xiaojiao felt wronged. What did I say wrong? Which one of my words wasn't the truth? Look at her face. Which part of her matches the word beautiful? Right now, we're here to talk about cooperation with Zhou Xiaoduo, not to deepen our feud with him. If we really let her go, we'll lose everything. What else can we do? Look at Zhou Xiaoduo's face. What kind of hobbies can he have? Before he could finish his words, Xiaoyu, who had been enraged for the second time, rushed up again. Another round of fierce battle ensued. Everyone was speechless, but they didn't have the heart to persuade him anymore. Hit him, hit him, hit him. It'd be better if his brain juice came out. If one of them was killed, there would be one less, and they would stop. Truth? Don't you know that in this society, the truth is the most hurtful? While the two of them were fighting, the other 7 people were discussing at the side. This is Zhu Wu's secret inheritance ground. This is an indisputable fact, and for us, this is undoubtedly a great opportunity. Hai Hunshan said, if we can get the inheritance from here, we'll be able to soar to the sky and even reach Zhu Wu's end realm in the future. But the biggest problem now is that we don't have enough treasures in our hands, which leads to a lack of soul oracle bloodline. We can't open the real secret area, and in terms of strength, we can't resist the fire spears in the sky. Now, our only hope is on Zhou Xiaoduo, but the problem is that this guy is stubborn, and we can't persuade him. Hai Hunshan's heart was full of melancholy. The current personnel allocation was lacking a lot of people. Among the 12 great families, only the Hai family, Sha family, Tu family, Shen family, and Yen family were in this secret area. Only these 5 families were left, which was less than half of the total. What's worse was that the Shun family's space-shaking gong had been snatched away by Zhou Xiaoduo, so their strength was even weaker. Originally, there was still the Lei family, but for some reason, the lightning cat's brain had gone haywire, and he actually fell in love with Zhou Xiaoduo while disguised as a woman. This really made them speechless to the point that their hair stood on end. And this result caused the lightning cat to shut himself up and go home, of course. Now it seemed that the unforeseen event that day had its benefits. Zhou Xiaoduo had cheated the lightning cat of the heavenly lightning mirror. This was bad news at that time, but in the current situation it was actually good news. Because the lightning cat's strength was relatively limited, he couldn't use the heavenly lightning mirror for a long time. And after this period of contact, everyone had an unprecedented understanding of Zhou Xiaoduo's strength. If Zhou Xiaoduo used the heavenly lightning mirror, the effect would definitely be much stronger than the lightning cat's. Therefore, this matter made them speechless. The treasures we have now are the earth-penetrating seal and God's soul seal of the Tu family, Yan Ziqi's yin-yang mirror, Shahun's soul-wounding arrow, and Shah's gold soul sword. There are only 5 treasures. Even if the immortal binding lock in my hand can be used as a deadly spear, it can only be counted as 6 treasures. Sai, Xiaoyu's soul wizard robe can also be counted as a treasure, but it can only be used for self-defense. So it can't be counted. So, at most, it's just half of the treasures. It's not enough. So, we have to add the space-shaking gong and heavenly lightning mirror on Zhou Xiaoduo to be able to gain something in this secret land. This is necessary. Hai Hunshan sighed. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Everyone already knew the number of treasures they had. Otherwise, they wouldn't have placed their hopes on Zhuoxiaoduo, an enemy who would never cooperate with them. They were all descendants of great shamans, so they were naturally knowledgeable. Moreover, they had heard of this kind of space of inheritance before. After entering, they had used their own blood essence to combine the treasures. At first, they were very excited. After all, it was a rare opportunity that was close at hand. However, after the excitement, they felt melancholy. Not enough people had entered, and they didn't have enough treasures. They couldn't even get the recognition of Zhu Wu Zhurong's remnant soul. The most important thing now is to hurry and find Zhuoxiaoduo. Both sides have to work together to break the deadlock. Yes, the most important thing now is to find Zhuoxiaoduo. We'll talk about other matters later. The 9 people were united in their thoughts at the first moment, including Sha Diao, who was beaten into a pig's head, and Sha Yu, who was beaten up. But even if we find Zhuoxiaoduo, he still won't believe us. He'll still run away. Although we've only known him for a short while, we have some understanding of him. This person's cultivation is secondary. His life-saving Tao is powerful. His degree of cautiousness is beyond imagination. He won't take risks easily. Sha Diao, who had a pig's face, said. Everyone frowned. Although Sha Diao said it bluntly, the problem he mentioned was real. It was also a problem that everyone was worried about. The solution is thought of by people. Let's work together and think about how to stop Zhuoxiaoduo from running away. Sha Yu, who had beaten up Sha Diao, was refreshed and high-spirited at the moment. She took the lead and suggested. Tu Yunxiao frowned and said, "This method is not easy to think of. If I were Zhuoxiaoduo, no matter what you say, I wouldn't believe you." Sha Hun squinted and said, "Whatever we say now is for later. Let's find him first. Building trust has to be done bit by bit. The solution can be perfected while we're looking for him. I think we're not the only ones who are at a loss about the current situation. Zhuoxiaoduo is the same. After all, this is Zhu Wu's land of inheritance. We still have ways to deal with it and take advantage of it. Zhuoxiaoduo, as a human of the astral souls, is at a disadvantage in this situation. If he doesn't cooperate with us, he'll die. At that time, this guy will have no choice but to try any method. Isn't cooperating with us one of the methods? And it's the most effective one." Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. Sha Hun said, "Of course, this method is the worst for Zhuoxiaoduo. He won't make this choice until the last moment. Therefore, if we can take the initiative, we should try our best to establish cooperation in this direction. Naturally, there will be opportunities and success for cooperation. In the final analysis, we don't want to die. We all want to live. In the face of life and death, everything has to be compromised." Sha Diao said, "This sentence makes sense. Zhuoxiaoduo doesn't want to die, and we are all greedy and afraid of death. Naturally, we can cooperate." Everyone frowned. That was too light of a beating. You're the one who's greedy and afraid of death. However, this sentence made too much sense. They couldn't help but frown and nod thoughtfully. Zhuoxiaoduo dashed out like a wisp of smoke. His speed was so fast that he was just short of activating the Heavenly Yuan escape technique. Originally, with his current cultivation and strength, he could kill Hai Hunshan and the others alone. Zhuoxiaoduo was inclined to believe that these people couldn't use the power of the doppelganger. The reason was naturally the same as the Tower of Destruction. If he couldn't communicate with the Tower of Destruction, which was refined with his natal spirit, he couldn't use other related external forces. Therefore, Hai Hunshan and the others were not a threat to Zhuoxiaoduo at all. However, Zhuoxiaoduo still chose to escape instead of killing them. The reason was also very simple. After all, this is the place of inheritance of the ancestors of the Wu people. There may be bloodline connection. If I kill these guys here, who knows what the consequences will be? Everything should be safe first. Acting rashly is not a good idea. Moreover, there's no way to escape in this strange place. Who knows, I might need their help in the future. If I act rashly and end their lives, it might be the same as ending my own life. It's not good. Zhuo was still very clear-headed. What's more, Zhuo found that the flaming spears in the sky were not just targeted, they were too targeted. He didn't know if all of them were chasing him, but at least 80 to 90% of them were chasing him. Wherever he went, the flaming spears in the sky would follow him. Wherever he went, the spears would be pointed. It was too accurate. Whoosh, they all turned around in unison. Whoosh, they all turned around in unison. And they became denser and denser. The danger of death was getting more and more intense. However, they were only targeting him like this. The real fatal attack didn't fall for a long time, so Xiaoduo felt that his butt was about to smoke. Could it be that they've already noticed that my astral souls are of the human race?
But
why haven't they attacked yet? Isn't it torturing to be so indecisive? I have nothing to do with your Umno Alliance or Soul Oracle. This is really strange. Chapter 994. Xiaoduo flew like a meteor and used his fastest speed to roughly cover the entire area. All the terrains and hiding spots were deeply imprinted in his mind. Feng Inua's method of familiarizing himself with the terrain is quite useful. In this situation, the more familiar I am with the terrain, the more chance I have. Opportunities are always given to those who are prepared. Although there are many flaming spears in the sky, they can't just pass on their skills through the air. Xiaoduo's attitude was very serious. Zhongzong also said that being familiar with the terrain and adapting to local conditions is the most basic requirement for a general. Xiaoduo was pleased with himself. I feel that I already have the most basic requirement to be a famous general. Today is the day of the new legend. The next moment, a row of flame spears descended from the sky. Xiaoduo boasted that he was already familiar with the surrounding terrain. He dodged as he pleased and quickly moved behind a seemingly thick mountain wall. He was calm and composed. Then, Xiaoduo cried. The mountain wall that he thought was sturdy was like an empty shell in front of the flaming spears. It would be better if there was no mountain wall at all. If there was no mountain wall at all, he could still focus on escaping. However, if he hid behind the walls that he thought he knew, he would only be stabbed and blown up. Amidst the continuous explosions, Xiaoduo's back, shoulders, thighs, and buttocks, he was blasted into a bloody mess. His skin was torn, and his flesh was exposed. He could only escape in a sorry state, more miserable than a headless fly. Damn, how can it be so unreliable? It's worse than tofu. Xiaoduo was full of resentment. Feng Inua's experience and Li Chenglong's theory are completely useless. A few hours passed. Xiaoduo did not think about anything else. Because the large number of flaming spears above his head had gradually reached a height of a few hundred feet. They were almost within reach. How could he dodge? At this point, if they still couldn't get out, only death would be left. The entire sky was filled with flame spears, and the area covered by the flame spears was even larger than the ground.
how was he supposed to dodge them?
Just like at this time, Hai Hunshan and the others seemed to have found this place for fun. Their faces were as pale as paper. They followed Xiaoduo all the way, running for their lives. Each and every one of them was exhausted. Indeed, Xiaoduo's speed was too fast. He kept sprinting all the way without stopping. Hai Hunshan gasped for breath. Damn, you can really run. Didn't you hear us shouting? Your voice is hoarse from all the shouting, and your legs are broken from all the running. Why aren't you running anymore? Why don't you run? They were really angry and hurt. This Xiaoduo was simply ignorant. He was stubborn and unreasonable. He did not have the slightest bit of trust between people. The 9 of them were full of resentment. They could not help but complain when they saw him. Seeing that the sky was about to attack, Xiaoduo knew that he was doomed. He simply sat on a big rock and hugged his knees. He tilted his head and said, "Bullshit, it's all bullshit. How can you run if you don't chase after me?" Even if he ran, he would not be able to escape the attack range of the flame spears. He wanted to see how this group of people chased after him. Why did they act like they had no ill intentions towards him when they caught up with him? What was even more strange was that with the arrival of these people, the endless flame spears in the sky suddenly stopped. Although they continued to increase, they did not seem to be pressing down any further. They seemed to be waiting for something. The 9 of them held their knees and gasped for breath. Wait a minute. Let's talk after we catch our breath. Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, "How can you call yourselves martial artists? Your lung capacity is too low. Look at how you are gasping. Don't you feel ashamed? The so-called direct descendants of the Umno Alliance, the descendants of the great Magi, is this all you've got?" The 9 of them rolled their eyes one after another. If it were not for you, would we be gasping like this? Do you think we want to be like this? They felt that they had lost all their people in their lives today. After a while, Shahan finally felt more relaxed. He took the lead and said, "Xiaoduo, it's true that we are on opposite sides and are enemies. However, in the current situation, it doesn't matter whether we are enemies or allies. Survival is the first priority. What do you think?" Xiaoduo said indifferently, "I don't have as many thoughts as you. Just tell me what you want." Shahan said, "There's one thing you have to believe. We are not under the burning order. We won't risk our lives for your life. So, even if other people can kill you with self-detonation, we won't." "Brother Zua, do you think I'm being honest enough?" Xiaoduo thought for a while and said, "That's true. You guys are just a bunch of cowards. You won't be able to kill me with self-detonation." Xiaojiao couldn't help but refute angrily. "Who's a coward? But we have to keep our lives, keep our useful bodies, and do more meaningful things, bigger things."
Haha.
Xiaoduo crossed his legs and said, "All cowards and traitors say the same thing. If you don't dare to do it, you don't dare to do it. Why bother looking for excuses? I've underestimated you."
Clang.
Xiaojiao unsheathed his sword. Xiaoduo narrowed his eyes. A murderous look appeared in his eyes. "Xiaojiao, shut up." Hai Hunshan stepped forward and stopped Xiaojiao. "Look at the situation now. Even if you're not afraid of death, we are. Why are you so agitated during the negotiation? What kind of bullshit is this? Are you trying to kill us all?" Xiaojia followed closely behind Hai Hunshan. He helped drag Xiaojiao away, then covered his mouth and pressed him to the ground. Kami no Su and Tu Yunxiao sat on Xiaojiao's body without saying a word. They didn't let him move or speak. "I'm going to kill him. I'm not afraid of death." Xiaojiao roared crazily and struggled violently. There was only one thing in his mind: rush to Xiaoduo and kill himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to prove that he wasn't afraid of death. However, he was held down by several people, and his mouth and nose were pressed into the sand. All he could do was whimper. "Brother Zua, don't lower yourself to his level. We're all sick of him." Shahan smiled amiably. He was as close as he could get. Xiaoduo's heart was alarmed. Xiaoduo didn't care about Xiaojiao. He always showed his emotions on his face. However, Xiaoduo had always been wary of people like Shahan, because Li Chenglong was this kind of trash, and an expert at that. Xiaoduo was very experienced. "Let's get to the point." Shahan narrowed his eyes. He chose the most straightforward way. "Brother Zua, as you can see, this is the Wu people's place of inheritance. We have a way to deal with it, but we don't have enough power to accept the inheritance. So far, we haven't seen any traces of the inheritance. Well, to be more precise, we haven't seen the location of the inheritance. This means that we don't meet the requirements, or we lack some requirements. To get this kind of inheritance, we have to go through a test of life and death. Now, the test of life and death has come." Shahan pointed at the flame spear above his head. "Make it through and survive. Everyone here, including Brother Zua, will be able to benefit from it. But if we don't survive, none of us will survive." Shahan said, "I believe that Brother Zua feels the same way."
Xiaoduo nodded slowly.
His eyes became sharper and more serious. "Brother Zua, it's reasonable that you don't trust us. You don't believe a word we say." Shahan narrowed his eyes. His words were very organized. "Because we are enemies. No matter how cautious we are, it's reasonable. To be honest, it's normal for us to fight to the death when we meet. But in a place like this, Brother Zhua, you're a smart man. You shouldn't refuse to cooperate with us. Shahan said.
Huh.
Zhua Xiaoduo tilted his head and looked at Shahan. I think I need to ask Brother Zhua a question to prove my judgment. Shahan smiled.
Tell me.
Let's see if your question can move me. Brother Zhua, you're invincible in the same level. It's easy for you to kill people 2 levels higher. Although the few of us are arrogant and proud, we are still frogs at the bottom of a well compared to Brother Zhua. We are ashamed of our inferiority. No matter how much we don't want to admit it, it's the truth. Shahan said slowly. With Brother Zhua's current strength, it's easy for you to kill the 9 of us. He raised his head and looked into Zhua Xiaoduo's eyes. He smiled. But Brother Zhua, why haven't you done anything to us? Zhua Xiaoduo thought for a moment and said, I feel that it's not good to kill people here. Shahan clapped and smiled. That's right. After all, this is the Wu people's space of inheritance. Brother Zhua has scruples. That's right. That's the most direct reason. Zhua Xiaoduo smiled. Another reason is that if I kill you but can't get out, won't I be lonely? I can still play with you. Play. His words made the 9 geniuses of the Wizard Alliance blush. Their hearts were heavy and their eyes were burning with anger. However, they could only suppress their anger and were unable to do anything. Too cocky. They really wanted to beat him up. If they could beat him, even if there was only a small chance, they would fight him. Only by punching him until he looked like a pig and no longer resembled a human would he be able to vent his hatred. They all felt that it wouldn't be difficult to persuade Zhua Xiaoduo to cooperate. The difficult thing was that they couldn't bear it. So, Brother Zhua, after confirming the current situation, you don't want to continue to be enemies with us, right? Shahan said, I believe that as long as it's not a last resort, you won't fight with us. If we can cooperate, why not? Chapter 995. Zhua Xiaoduo pondered for a moment and finally nodded. You can say that. As for the 9 of us, we are conceited geniuses. Each of us bears the responsibility of passing down the family's legacy. If the family's warriors and guards can self-detonate in order to kill the enemy, we will never do so on a whim. We will seize any opportunity and try our best to escape. This is not cowardice or fear of death, but each of us has our own mission and responsibility. Sand Soul spoke quickly, but his words were clear. So, Brother Zhua, you don't have to worry about the first thing. We won't choose to die together with you. So, in this regard, you are safe. That's true. Zhua Xiaoduo nodded. He had seen through this long ago. But this guy actually added, Actually, I'll be safe even if you guys self-destruct. The 9 of them were so angry that their noses became crooked. Shahan took a few deep breaths before he started speaking again. Secondly, when we cooperate, if we do things like backstabbing and backstabbing. Shahan coughed and said, This is the legacy space of our Umno Alliance's ancestors. Compared to Brother Zhua, our ancestors will only pay more attention to us. Our character is the first thing they will observe. If we really do something like that, it will be the same as giving up on ourselves and giving up on our qualifications. No matter if it is the human race, the Tao League, or the heroes of the Wu people, they will never pass on their legacy to scum who backstabs their comrades. I believe Brother Zhua will not have any objections to this. Zhua Xiaoduo thought for a moment and slowly nodded again. That is true. He looked at Shahan and felt that this guy was really smart. No wonder he was the same type of person as Li Chenglong. This seemed to be a clear sign that they would not ambush him, but in fact, it also eliminated the possibility of him backstabbing them. But is Master Zhua someone you can control with just a few words? Therefore, Brother Zhua, we can cooperate. We can cooperate sincerely. Shahan said sincerely, I don't think Brother Zhua will reject my proposal just because of a moment of anger. At the very least, we can work together and deal with the matter of this legacy space first. Zhua Xiaoduo frowned. I need to know the real reason why you want to cooperate with me. Otherwise, there's nothing to talk about. Sha Hun and the others smiled bitterly. The reason is obvious. With our current strength, we are completely unable to deal with the destructive pressure coming from above us. We urgently need external help. Zhou Xiaoduo had an idea. After all, this is the inheritance space of the UMNO Alliance's ancestors. Even if they don't give preferential treatment to the direct descendants of the UMNO Alliance, they won't go so far as to kill all of you. Besides, even if your strength is weak, you have the projection of your ancestors' divine thoughts in you. Isn't that power closer to the source of Zuwu's power? Sha Hun, Hai Hunshan, and the others were speechless. They understood now. They seemed to understand even more now why this guy didn't do anything to them. I'm afraid that this is the real reason. This guy must be afraid that after drawing out the projection of his ancestors' divine thoughts, he wouldn't be able to take advantage of it. Instead, he would be hurt. Ahem. Sha Hun, Hai Hunshan, and the others looked at each other. They couldn't make up their minds at that moment. Should they tell him or not? What if they told him that they couldn't use the projection of their ancestors' divine thoughts after entering this place? What if this guy suddenly went on a killing spree? Although he was smiling and smiling now, it wouldn't be strange if he suddenly changed his attitude. This guy was a wolf who could throw away his pride and dress up as a woman in public. He even flirted with others. If it was an ordinary person, they would at least have some integrity. But when it came to integrity, Fours was Xiaoduo. Anyway, the 9 people of the UMNO Alliance did not have any hope at all. As for trust, that all those with Xiaoduo didn't trust them, they themselves didn't have any trust in Xiaoduo at all. This guy could even dress up as a woman and trick people into hanging themselves. How could they trust him? That was the same as not having any expectations of playing the lute to a cow. But if they couldn't answer this question now... Ahem. Seeing this guy's expression turn ugly again, his eyes filled with distrust again, his previous amiable look instantly turned into a look of, "You guys want to harm me." Such an expression. It was really... Forget it. Since everyone has the intention to cooperate sincerely, I might as well be frank. Ever since we entered this space of inheritance, our ancestors' divine thoughts can no longer be used. Furthermore, all treasures related to the soul can no longer be used. Hai Hunshan made up his mind and told him the truth. In this situation, telling the truth was the best solution. Besides, if hiding this led to Xiaoduo not cooperating, everyone would still die. After all, the disadvantages outweighed the advantages. The only difference was whether they would be killed by Xiaoduo or by this realm's trial. Either way, they would still die. It was better to fight for a chance to live. I see. Xiaoduo nodded. He looked relieved, and his expression changed very quickly. Xiaoduo had already predicted that the other party's divine thoughts couldn't be used. Now he was just verifying his judgment and at the same time, fighting for more rights to speak for himself. But when this scene fell into the eyes of the 9 people, they were full of disgust. Where did you learn this amazing face-changing technique? Why did it seem like you could switch between several faces at will? It was like changing in a second, without any warning at all. It was so natural. Xiaoduo pondered, his thoughts turning quickly. His own tower of annihilation couldn't be used, the other party's divine thoughts couldn't be used, and all treasures related to the soul couldn't be used. But why could the space ring be used? Strictly speaking, the space ring should be under the category of soul power. He still couldn't understand this. Now, he might as well clarify this question. If that's the case, the space ring can't be used, right? Hai Hunshan blurted out, the space ring can still be used. The UMNO Alliance's space ring all carry the power of the soul. It can still be used in this realm. Sha Hun's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Xiaoduo and suddenly frowned. Brother Zhua, since you said so, does it mean that your space ring can still be used? As soon as he said this, everyone's expression turned to one of shock. They all turned to look at Xiaoduo. Just now, when Xiaoduo dodged the flaming spear and took out medicine from the space ring after he was injured, everyone clearly saw it. But Xiaoduo didn't avoid it, so they didn't pay attention to it and didn't take it to heart. However, the moment Hai Hunshan mentioned the soul ring, everyone immediately felt that something was amiss. That's right, Xiaoduo was a native of the Astral Souls continent. The attributes of the space ring on his hand naturally belonged to the Astral Souls continent. But how could it be used in the Sorcerer God's space of inheritance? This was very strange. Xiaoduo snorted coldly, rolled his eyes, and said disdainfully, "Don't compare the trash in your hands with my baby. The space ring on my hand is a unique treasure I got from the Arcana realm. It's one of the most precious space rings in the world. Not to mention the Wu people, it can be used in the Shifter world, the Tao League, or whatever."
What's so strange about that?
Hai Hunshan frowned. He looked at Sha Hun thoughtfully, and tacitly stopped asking this question. Xiaoduo's words were reasonable and flawless. Especially now that they couldn't afford to offend him, there was no need to get tangled up in this minor issue. Moreover, no matter what the truth behind the interspatial ring was, it was worthless to them right now. What they needed now was cooperation, a sincere cooperation without any barriers. No matter how mysterious the origin of Brothers with Space Ring is, it has nothing to do with us. We said so much to clarify the current situation and express our sincerity. Now that we have shown our sincerity, it's up to Brothers what to decide. Do you want to cooperate or not? Do you want to cooperate or not? Hai Hunshan showed a rare hint of urgency. He raised his head and looked at the flame sphere that was less than 100 meters away from him. He said, "Brothers Wa, if you don't make a decision now, it will be too late. I'm afraid we will all die here. Even if Brothers Wa is stronger than us, you will only die a little later. Do you really want us to go first and wait for Brothers Wa's arrival in the underworld?" Sha Hun, Sha Zhe, and the others were also sweating on their foreheads. The flame spear's lethality was extremely terrifying, regardless of the Wu people's bloodline. As long as it landed, everyone would be finished. Xiaoduo knew that the crisis in front of them was real and was getting stronger and closer. Looking at the flame spear that blotted out the sky, his heart almost stopped beating. He was more anxious than Hai Hunshan and the others. "I have never lost in fear of death. Can you be more afraid of death than me? What can you do when you go back? It doesn't matter to you whether you live or die. I don't believe that there are no other heirs in your family. Your heirs should thank you for making way for them. But I haven't consummated my marriage with Nian Nian Cat. How can I die like this? But. The more anxious you are, the more opportunities one have. At this time, isn't it a good time to extort? Negotiate. What I need to know now is, why do you want to cooperate with me? If I don't know the reason, how can I cooperate with you? How can you talk about integrity?" Xiaoduo said. Kami no Su said angrily, "You want to know the reason, right? I'm telling you the truth. If you didn't steal my space-shaking gong and Thundercat's sky thunder mirror, we wouldn't have all the treasures in our hands and couldn't gather the necessary amount. Why would we cooperate with you? The enemy who stole her treasures and seriously injured her was right in front of her. Moreover, the flame spear above her head was about to fall. Kami no Su really couldn't control her temper. Her tendons were dragged a few meters by this guy. If she didn't have enough treasures to heal her injuries, Kami no Su felt that she would die from the pain. At this moment, her brain was filled with anger. How could she hold it in? She said everything she wanted to say. Xiaoduo squinted. "What you said is wrong." "What's wrong?" Kami no Su said angrily. "Why didn't you steal my treasures? Why am I the one who stole your treasures?" Xiaoduo said eloquently, "Your words are worth thinking about." Chapter 996. Xiaoduo said earnestly, "Classmate Shin Wuxiu, you really shouldn't be angry about this. You shouldn't blame the heavens and accuse others. You should reflect on yourself and work hard to improve yourself. You should hope for the day when you can take revenge." Kami no Su was speechless. Why did he give her a lesson for no reason? The bigger the fist, the bigger the argument. Xiaoduo asked with a face full of surprise, "Are you still a martial artist?" Are you not a martial artist? Why would you ask such a ridiculous and weird question? Do you think that you can't do anything to me in this lifetime? That you will never be able to catch up with me? That's why you give up and want to take advantage of me with your mouth. You. Kami no Su is furious. This is clearly the logic of a robber. Zhua Xiaoduo spread his hands. No, 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 no. Every word I say is reasonable and realistic. Do you think that I am your relative? That I have to visit you during festivals? Treat you politely? Bro, we're mortal enemies. We are two hostile races. Your thinking is simply ridiculous. Saying that you are naive is the most beautiful way to put it. I should say that you are an idiot. Wouldn't that be an insult to idiots? I don't think even an idiot would say something like that, right? Isn't it right for me to snatch what you have? Kami no Su was stunned. She was speechless for a long time. Zhua Xiaoduo was exasperated. You should reflect on yourselves. Shahun took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes. Brothers' words are not pleasant to hear, but they are the truth. They are the most realistic words. Kami no Su was panting, but she quickly calmed down. Her agitated mood also calmed down. She took a deep breath and looked at Zhua Xiaoduo. Yes, you are right. I was wrong. It is right for you to snatch what I have. It is also right for me to snatch what I have. It's just that I am not strong enough. I should not complain. We are enemies, that's all. Brother Zhua. Kami no Su nodded and said sincerely, I didn't see through you. For Kami no Su to be chosen as the representative of the main family, she was naturally shrewd. She was also a smart person. Just now, her anger had rushed to her head, and because of the many painful experiences she had gone through, she had not chosen her words carefully. At this moment, he calmed down in an instant, already adjusting himself. Just this kind of bearing was already worthy of the UMNO Alliance's title of Outstanding Descendant. Zhua Xiaoduo narrowed his eyes and said, Don't you see it now? If you can correct your mistakes, you are a good child. The veins on Kami no Su's temples throbbed, but she immediately smiled bitterly. Yes, it didn't sound good. There was also mockery and sarcasm. But this was the reality. They were enemies, not your parents. There was no reason for them to spoil you. After another round of verbal advantage, Zhua Xiaoduo had a better idea of what was going on. It seemed that the other party urgently needed the two treasures in his hands. What I am interested to know now is, how do you want to cooperate? Zhua Xiaoduo asked. As long as you contribute the sky-shaking gong and the sky thunder mirror, then you can control them yourself. If you can't control them, we can also help. First, we have to get through this life and death crisis. Hai Hunshan said seriously, we promise that we will never embezzle. The treasures in your hands are yours. If we violate this promise, may the heavens and earth destroy us. Zhua Xiaoduo looked at the flaming spear pressing down again. He felt that the air in the whole space was almost burning, and the whole ground was already starting to emit smoke. It was only because they were all high-level warriors that they could temporarily withstand it. But it was really just barely holding on. Besides, other than himself, the others probably couldn't hold on for much longer. The most obvious evidence was that their hair was all curled up. He said, Everyone has the same goal. We all want to live. Then, let's cooperate. Although I still don't trust you, I am not afraid that you will embezzle my things. Hai Hunshan said anxiously, then. But there is still a problem that needs to be said first, and that is, after we get through this crisis, we can enter the arcane realm and obtain the inheritance. Then, how will the subsequent benefits of this opportunity be distributed? Who will take the majority? Zhua Xiaoduo asked. Everyone was stunned. In front of them was a fierce battle. It was already a great thing to be able to survive, but this guy still had the mood to think about benefits and so on. He was really desperate to take advantage of others. He would rather die than suffer a loss. In the past, people used to say that he was greedy for money, but this guy was more greedy for money than life. This depends on each person's fate, Hai Hunshan said. Everyone nodded desperately. After entering, it would naturally depend on each person's fate. What else was there to say? Zhua Xiaoduo snorted and said, That won't do. In the current situation, it won't work without me. So, I want to take the majority. On what basis? Sha Jiao was furious. On the basis that I am Zhua Xiaoduo. On the basis that if you don't agree, we will all die together. Zhua Xiaoduo was high-spirited. We martial artists of astral souls are never afraid of death. I, Zhua Xiaoduo, am even more unafraid of death. How many people in the world are as generous and heroic as I, Zhua Xiaoduo? Zhua Xiaoduo said, Anyway, I want to take the majority. This spear is coming down. Shaja's eyes almost popped out. I want to take the majority. Absolutely not. Hai Hunshan was furious. Then we would rather die with you. We would rather die together. Everyone shouted together. Only you, Zhua Xiaoduo, are not afraid of death? Who among us is afraid?
Although we don't want to die.
If you push us too far, then we will die together. Zhua Xiaoduo saw that he had pushed them too far and frowned. Look at all of you. Why don't you reflect on yourself? Is this the attitude of cooperation? I was just joking. These guys, it seems like they are really not afraid of death, but I am really afraid. Zhua Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, How about this? I won't take the majority. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and thought to themselves that this guy was indeed the most afraid of death. They had made the right bet. But no matter what, I still want to take some advantage. Zhua Xiaoduo said indignantly, Am I supposed to help for nothing? This is the Umno Alliance's space of inheritance. My bloodline is different. Once I enter, the chances of me not getting anything is simply too high. Am I supposed to just watch you guys take the benefits? Am I supposed to get nothing? Everyone was stunned. It was not that Zhua Xiaoduo did not have any concerns. In fact, they were huge. The difference in bloodline could easily get Zhua Xiaoduo out. There was a high possibility that this guy would not get anything. What should we do? I'm not greedy. Just give me 30% of what each of you gets. Zhua Xiaoduo said. Bullshit. Everyone was furious. What's the difference between this and you taking the majority? If each of the 9 of us gets 30%, you will get 2. 7%? The others will get 0. 7% each? How can you say that? 20% each. It couldn't go any lower. I'd rather die. Zhua Xiaoduo was very emotional. He waved his arms to show his determination. 10% each, no more. 2, Yunxiao shouted angrily. After he shouted, he saw that the other 8 people were looking at him angrily.
Deal.
Sure enough, Zhua Xiaoduo made a prompt decision and closed the deal immediately. Tu Yunxiao was dumbfounded. Sha Hun and Hai Hunshan looked at Tu Yunxiao speechlessly. You're actually Sha Diao, aren't you? When did you change your soul? In the current situation, Zhua Xiaoduo is more afraid of death than we are. If we delay any longer, he will agree to it himself. You're giving away 10% for nothing. And it's still 10% for everyone. What's the difference between this and taking the majority? Tu Yunxiao was dumbfounded and stammered, This. Zhua Xiaoduo said unhappily, 10% for everyone, 90% for all of you, and 90% for me. How can I take the majority? Isn't this too fair? Sha Jiao murmured, Yes, everyone gets 90%. It's very fair. He scratched his head and vaguely felt that something was wrong. But he couldn't figure out what was wrong. Sha Hun was so angry that foam appeared on his mouth. Does Zhua Xiaoduo really not get anything when he goes in? What if he gets something? This fucking... Everyone was speechless. A few of them who hadn't thought of this suddenly realized. They cursed at once. That's too sinister. That's too shameless. Zhua Xiaoduo himself had said that the astral souls might not get anything from the Soul Oracle legacy, but it was just a possibility. What if they did get it? Besides, if they couldn't get it, why would he appear here? The moment they thought of this, the 9 of them suddenly felt so depressed that they wanted to die. They had been fooled. They had been taken advantage of. Just now, Zhua Xiaoduo had led them on, and they hadn't thought of this at all. 10% for each of you. You've all agreed. This is the space of the sorcerer god, and your ancestors are watching you. You can't go back on your words, Zhua Xiaoduo said. Everyone hung their heads dejectedly.
All right.
It's a deal. Since Tu Yanxiao had agreed to it, it meant that everyone else had agreed to it as well. As members of the UMNO alliance, they valued promises more than the heavens. They could only hope that Zhang Xian's bloodline would really be rejected in the space of the Soul Oracle legacy. Let's begin, Sha Hun said. Wait a moment, Zhua Xiaoduo continued. Also, if we were to cooperate, who would have the final say? Who would be the boss? There isn't a unified command here, so we have to decide on this beforehand, right? Otherwise, wouldn't the cooperation be a mess? What's the point of that? I'm already used to being the boss. The faces of the 9 of them warped even further. This fellow sure was ambitious. His words were clearly implying that he wanted to be the boss. However, there were 9 of them here. Even if you were to become the boss, it would only be in name. So what? Isn't it just a matter of minutes for us to make you a figurehead? Sha Hun said, Brother Zhua, it's not that we don't agree to it, but your understanding of our fighting style and the usage of our treasures is limited. Isn't it difficult for you to command us? Zhua Xiaoduo replied matter-of-factly. What's so difficult about that? I'm in my own home, so I don't know anything about my brothers. However, I have an advisor with me, so I'll just be in charge of being the boss. The 9 of them were rendered speechless once more. To think that you're a figurehead in your own home as well. Just because you want to be the boss, you're reduced to a figurehead. Is this the so-called spiritual leader? To think that you're still so excited about it. If that's the case, wouldn't this matter be much easier to deal with? No problem, no problem. You'll be the boss then, all right? Hai Hunshan felt as if he was being roasted alive. He hurriedly said, Brother Zhua, it's too late. Zhua Xiaoduo frowned and tilted his head. What did you call me? Boss, Zhua. The 9 of them shouted at the same time. It'll be too late if we wait any longer. The densely packed flaming spears were only 50 meters away from the top of their heads. Everyone was so anxious that blisters appeared on their lips. Zhua Xiaoduo cupped his hands and smiled. Hello, brothers. Hello, Zhua. The 9 of them shouted until their throats were hoarse. While he was greeting Boss Zhua, he could not wait to rush up and strangle this Boss Zhua to death. They wanted to strangle him and ask, Why are you so calm? Why are you so calm?
Zhua.
Can you hurry up? Hai Hunshan's hair caught on fire. He hurriedly tried to extinguish the fire, but there was still smoke rising up. It was a spectacle. Moreover, similar spectacles were also accumulating power and waiting to be unleashed on others, with more than enough to spare. Hurry up! Those who had treasures on them were already holding them in their hands. Their hearts were burning with anxiety, and their emotions were surging. Zhua Xiaoduo stood up and took out the sky-shaking gong and the sky thunder mirror. He raised them in front of his eyes and said, How do I use these things? The urge to rush up and beat him to death burned in their hearts. They were eager to try, but they forced themselves to hold back. This was too infuriating. This was too infuriating. Can you drag it out a little longer?
Can you?
If you drag it out a little longer, you'll become a starting point platinum like your father. This should be. They hurriedly explained. I'll explain this sky-shaking gong. Kami no Su was the most miserable. She had lost the protection of her treasure and was about to faint. She had to teach Zhua Xiaoduo how to use the sky-shaking gong as fast as she could. Before she could finish, Zhua Xiaoduo threw the sky-shaking gong to her. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. You can use it and return it to me when you're done. It'll save me a lot of trouble. Kami no Su was stunned. She held the sky-shaking gong in her hand and felt the aura of the treasure merge with her body. She felt much better in an instant. Although she knew he was an enemy, she still couldn't help but feel grateful. Thank you for your trust, Kami no Su said solemnly. How do you use this sky thunder mirror? Just one sky-shaking gong isn't enough, is it? Zhua Xiaoduo ignored her and continued to ask. In less than 2 seconds, everyone clearly explained how to use the sky thunder mirror. Sha Hun couldn't wait and shouted loudly, Zhua, I'm the military advisor. Everyone, Please take your positions according to my instructions.
Whoosh.
Everyone straightened their bodies and waited for the battle. Boss Swa, you're the strongest among us. Stay in the middle and look around. Those who don't have any treasures to protect them, please take care of them. When I give the order to attack, activate the Heavenly Thunder Mirror and release lightning at maximum power. Shah Hun spoke at an extremely fast speed, but his enunciation was still very clear. Even Shah Hun himself felt that this was the only day in his life when he was eloquent. If he kept speaking at this speed, he could guarantee that all the sharp-tongued people would retreat. Hai Hunshan. Here, according to the legendary Great Formation of Heavenly Beings, empty the positions of Zhu Wu Zhu Rong and He Tu Zhu Wu. The rest of you, take 9 positions with Zhua as the core. Okay. The 9 people responded in unison. As the incomplete formation was built, they all operated their cultivation methods at full strength. In an instant, an inexplicable aura was suddenly activated. Suddenly, it soared into the sky. At this moment, the biggest surprise that Shah Hun and the others felt happened all of a sudden. This huge surprise shocked the 9 people to the point that they went crazy on the spot. Chapter 997. As Shah Hun and the others pushed their cultivation to their limits, their auras surged to their limits. All kinds of complicated auras filled the area and surged into the sky. The formation was connected, and the 9-colored light gathered around Zhuo, who was at the center. Zhuo only felt that the aura on his body suddenly appeared to be in a natural state. The cultivation technique of the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer was actually circulating on its own, flowing against the current and flowing through his entire body. This was the unique aura of a flood that could destroy the world. It was as though the boundless sea had suddenly encountered a hurricane that surpassed the limits of the world. Huge waves surged violently, and when the waves reached their most intense, a terrifying power that could destroy the world was born. All of a sudden, the gates of hell appeared behind Zhuo, and it opened up in a flash. A boundless torrential flood surged out. Countless vengeful spirits and malicious ghosts let out mournful and ferocious shrieks, looking extremely ferocious. An innumerable amount of white-bone soldiers came out in groups. It was as if there was no end to them, and there was no end to them. They charged into the sea of flames in the sky. The power of the flood that had appeared suddenly merged with the power of the others. There was no gap between them at all, and they merged together perfectly, forming a powerful torrent. Then, the power of the flood took over the dominant position. Mixed with the unique power of the 6 great shamans and the 9 descendants of the direct lineage, the power of the flood soared into the sky. The sudden surge of powerful aura actually forced the flame sphere in the sky back by 10 meters. What kind of frightening might was this? It shook the heavens and shook the earth. As long as they continued to work hard, they would be able to clear this life and death soul oracle trial. But what was even more shocking was that Hai Hunshan and the others were dumbfounded. The heck? The 9 of them were completely dumbfounded. Originally, there were only 5 clans here. How did it suddenly become 6? And the power of the flood that appeared at the end, that was clearly the power of the direct lineage of the Flood Witch. No, that was clearly even more pure than the aura of the direct lineage of the Flood Witch, more
Authentic, more
powerful. This aura made everyone involuntarily think of the legendary the Flood Witch. Not only did the overwhelming aura not show any signs of weakening, it even seemed to be growing stronger and stronger. At the same time, the gates of hell also seemed to be affected by the bloodline power of the primordial spirit, causing it to become clearer and clearer. Oh my God! Even Sand Soul, a wise and steady man, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment at this moment. There was no need to even mention the others. This kind of aura could only be emitted by a member of the Hong family who couldn't be any more direct. Sha Zhe, Sha Yu, Sha Diao, Hai Hunshan, Tu Yunxiao, Tu Yunyun, Kami no Su, Yan Ziki, and the others were so shocked that they forgot to circulate their energy. Their minds were completely blank, as though they were struck by lightning. Boom! The towering waves surged up once more, and the flame spear array charged towards the sky. Then, Hai Hunshan and the others were all in a daze. Then, the original supporting force instantly disappeared. The shackles of the flaming spear array were all gone, as if they had been provoked, and even more so, as if they had met their nemesis in their previous life. They took a slight step back, and then, with the momentum of toppling mountains and overturning seas, and the Milky Way pouring down, they brazenly fell. A blurry roar suddenly sounded in the air. It was a roar that seemed to come from the depths of one's soul. Gong gong. This roar was really blurry. It sounded more like a buzzing roar. Then, the flaming spear array in the sky fell down crazily, and the monstrous waves were suppressed in an instant. Zhou Xiaoduo, who bore the brunt of the attack, felt that he could be crushed at any time. He roared in exasperation. "What are you all doing? Staring at each other without doing anything? Damn it! How dare you say that you didn't cheat me?" At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo really felt wronged. Extremely wronged. He felt that he had been cheated. He had been so careful, but he was still cheated. He was so kind. How could those guys bear to do that? Where was the basic trust between people? These guys pushed him up, and then they retreated. Damn it. He was cheated so badly that he couldn't die in peace. He was heartbroken. When everyone woke up from their dream, the flame spear array was already above their heads. Instantly, they were scared out of their wits. "Array, rise." Sha Hun's voice changed. It was heart-wrenching. Quick. Everyone who woke up from their stupor tried their best to gather the power of Zhou Xiaoduo, who was in the middle, and rose up again. "Activate the treasure." Sha Hun's voice was hoarse. Zhou Xiaoduo was the fastest to react. He activated the heavenly thunder mirror in his hand, poured all his strength into it, and shot it out directly. Instantly, countless lightning bolts shot out from the heavenly thunder mirror, and its power was unparalleled. Then, the earth-penetrating seal and the divine spirit seal of the two family emitted a bright light. Yan Ziqi's yin-yang mirror, Sha Hun's soul-piercing arrow, Sha Zhe's golden soul sword, and Hai Hunshan's immortal binding lock were all activated. They converged into a dazzling light, which was mixed with the unique attributes of the Wu people's techniques and divine spirit power. It collided with a flame spear array in the sky. The flame spear array in the sky seemed to have sensed the unprecedented power of this attack. After a collision, it let out an earth-shattering roar. The flame spear array immediately retreated a few hundred feet, and the scorching heat was also retracted. The source of this explosion was, of course, Zhou Xiaoduo's doing. Everyone's ultimate strength soared into the sky, and it actually broke the powerful and invincible flame spear array into countless pieces. At this moment, the explosive power that had broken out of the encirclement had caused the sky to clear up. Although this was partly due to the fact that the flame spear had sensed the aura of the sorcerer tribe's treasure and bloodline cultivation method, it did not directly attack. However, the power of this attack that Zhou Xiaoduo had activated had reached a terrifying level. At least, Hai Hunshan and the others knew what was going on. If they only combined their strength, even if they had enough treasures, they would only feel a little better. It was impossible for them to counterattack the flame spear array or even destroy a lot of flame spears. This was something that had already been tested before. If that wasn't the case, why would he need to beg Zhou Xiaoduo for help? "It's done." Hai Hunshan and the others sighed in amazement in their hearts, but at the same time, they were overjoyed. The heavy stone in their hearts was finally lifted. The land of Zuwu, the soul of Zhurong, the flame sea overturning the sky, the palace of inheritance. This was a legend that had been passed down in the Wu people for many years. Today, they finally met it. According to legend, back then, Dong Huang felt that Zuwu Zhurong's soul was too strong and didn't accept the inheritance. Therefore, he purposely let go of Zhurong's remnant soul and allowed it to be passed down to future generations. Of course, this was just a legend. The Wu people of the monster race were also enemies. Whether or not Dong Huang of the monster race was really so kind as to let Zhu Rong's remnant soul pass down his inheritance was a matter of opinion. But now, after coming to this place, they felt that this legend was actually true. At least, this was the real land of Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's inheritance. An ultimate attack filled with the power of the Soul Oracle and the Wu people should be enough. Hai Hunshan looked at the flame spear array above his head and couldn't help but wonder. But why aren't the flame spears in the sky retreating? The attack just now should be enough to prove that we are qualified to receive the inheritance, right? Everyone was surprised by the current situation. That's right. Just now, they clearly felt the recognition of Lord Zhu Wu's remnant soul, and the danger had already passed. But why were the flame spears still hanging in the sky? The danger wasn't completely over yet.
This didn't seem right.
Everyone turned their heads in confusion and looked to the other side. They saw Zhuo Xiaoduo looking at the sky with a dumbfounded expression. Everyone looked over suspiciously and saw that the tip of the flame spears in the sky had all gathered neatly and were all pointing in the same direction. And that direction was the tip of Zhuo Xiaoduo's nose. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was being pointed at by thousands and billions of flame spears, instantly became cross-eyed. What's going on? Zhuo Xiaoduo was dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. You tricked me? You must have tricked me. Zhuo Xiaoduo instinctively felt that he had been tricked. He was inexplicably indignant and sorrowful as he lashed out. Fuck, so this was the reason. I was kind and painstakingly helped you get through the danger, and then nothing happened to you. Instead, all the attacks were directed at me because I have the bloodline of the human race? Because I don't have the bloodline of the Wu people? So that's why. How vicious. How despicable. How shameless. Zhuo Xiaoduo was furious. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Sha Han and the others with extreme hatred. He was so angry that he wanted to eat their flesh and skin, grind their bones, and scatter their ashes. He was absolutely irreconcilable. Little did he know that Hai Hunshan and the others were also completely dumbfounded. We really don't know what's going on. According to what we know, as long as we pass the test, everything will be fine. The flaming spear in the sky should fall down and turn into a sea of fire again. Then, the inheritance palace would appear, and those who meet the requirements would be able to enter and inherit Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's legacy. Nitrogen. Why did Zhuo Xiaoduo have such a problem? Don't look at us and don't look at us like that. We really don't know anything. The 10 people present were all dumbfounded. They were at a loss. Zhuo Xiaoduo also realized that this group of people didn't know anything. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to disguise themselves so well. Especially that Sha Jiao. It was even more impossible for him to be so sincere. Otherwise, his acting skills would be too good. Moreover, all 9 of them were so good. It was a gathering of award-winning actors and actresses. At this moment, the wind and clouds in the sky gathered rapidly. Soon, a human face appeared. It was the face of the red-robed man. Yes, it was the face of the supreme of all flames and flames, Zhu Wu Zhu Rong. The eyes on this face were full of uncertainty and doubt. He looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo for a while and then disappeared immediately. Then, the endless flaming spears swooped down towards Zhuo Xiaoduo. They were aimed at Zhuo Xiaoduo himself. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 998. Shockwaves rolled, destroying the heavens and earth. It seemed like it would not give up until it turned Zhuo Xiaoduo into mincemeat. Hai Hunshan and the others were so scared that they almost peed their pants. Their hearts were swollen from fear. However, when the energy came down, it suddenly sent Hai Hunshan and the others flying with a bang. It was clear that it was not going to deal with them. It was going to deal with the most handsome one in the middle. With a bang, the 9 of them were sent flying in 9 different directions. Boom, boom. The flaming spears in the sky were only aimed at Zhuo Xiaoduo. They were densely packed and crazily bombarding him. Furthermore, for some reason, they actually restricted Zhuo Xiaoduo's space to dodge. He wanted to dodge, but he was directly confined by the space. Throughout the whole process, he could only meet force with force. He was passively attacked, blasted, and beaten up. Zhuo Xiaoduo roared, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Today, I'll be screwed by you guys. The cat spirit sword was the first to attack the flaming spears. Kami no Su shouted from afar, Zhuo, although there's no hope for you today, Kami no Su, swear on my life and soul that this has nothing to do with us. This is not our plan. He didn't know if Zhuo Xiaoduo heard him or not, but he could see that this guy was already fighting with a flaming gun without any fear of death. He was wholeheartedly focused on dealing with the dangerous situation. The flaming spears were powerful. Zhuo Xiaoduo roared in anger and staggered left and right. However, he was also desperately attacking with his sword. Although he was giving it his all, he was still suppressed to an absolute disadvantage in an instant. Hai Hunshan and the others turned their heads and looked at Kami no Su. Did I hear wrongly? Kami no Su was still calling for Zhuo at a time like this? What kind of mentality was this? The cooperation was over, and the crisis was over. Shouldn't she treat him like a piece of toilet paper and throw him away after using him? Could it be that this kind of person was still worth lingering over? Could it be that this fellow was so satisfied with being tortured by that fellow that he couldn't bear to do so? Kami no Su panted and looked at everyone's gazes. She said angrily, What are you looking at? Is it strange? Could it be that you've forgotten your own promise? Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. This was a promise. In this inheritance space, they would always respect Zhuo Xiaoduo as their boss. You only called me Zhuo once? Can we afford to lose face in front of our ancestors? That's right. We can't, and we shouldn't, betray you at this time. Sha Hun said, That was an oath in front of Ancestor Sorcerer. Kami no Su said, It doesn't matter if I can't or if I shouldn't. In any case, I can't afford to lose face like this. He took a deep breath and stuffed a healing pill into his mouth. He said, The oath is still ringing in my ears. I'm going. We Wu people, since ancient times, honor our promises. We promised Zhuo Xiaoduo that we would respect him as our boss in this inheritance space. Now, we haven't left yet. You're going to save him? Sha Yu frowned.
Yes.
Kami no Su said, My words are like the wind. I have no regrets even if I die 9 times. Right now, we're still in the inheritance space. He's my boss now. There's no reason for me to watch my boss risk his life and do nothing. Moreover, this is after he saved us first. After we leave, no matter what our stance is, how we fight to the death, how we act, these are all matters after we leave. But in here, he's my boss. I've acknowledged him. Kami no Su said indifferently, no matter how unwilling I was when I acknowledged him.
But
I acknowledged him. I acknowledged him. I acknowledged him as my boss, and he did indeed help me through life and death. Then I naturally have to go save him. I'll risk everything and do everything I can to help him. If I save him, I'll have no regrets even if I die. You're really going to die? Sha Yu said angrily as she looked at the crazy lightning of the flame spear.
Kami no Su is right.
This time, the one who agreed was actually Sha Diao. Sha Diao said, Kami no Su, you're a man. Let's go together. I've already made the oath, so we should follow it. No matter how much of a bastard this guy is, how annoying he is, and how much I want to kill him, in this inheritance space, he's my boss. I'm going too. Hai Hunshan, Sha Hun, Sha Zhe, and the others laughed out loud almost at the same time. Even if we die here today, we can't let the sorcerer tribe's tens of thousands of years of pride be lost on us.
Wuxiu is right.
Even if we die, we can't let our ancestors lose face. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Tu Yunxiao had already charged ahead. Even if we die in the hands of Zhuo Xiaoduo on the battlefield in the future, we can't lose face today. Sha Yu smiled bitterly, but there was still pride in her smile. As expected of the brothers of the Wu people. You're a man of your words, and you have no regrets even if you die 9 times. Let's go together." The 9 descendants of the witch tribe laughed out loud in unison. With their treasures in hand, they charged forward and charged into the vast sea of fire.
Zwa.
"We didn't let you down," Kami no Su shouted. "After we get out, let's fight to the death. Since I called you Zwa, let's live and die together." Zwa Xiaoduo was in a critical moment, but it wasn't a moment of life and death. This was because he keenly sensed that although these flaming spears still looked terrifying and had the power to easily kill him, in terms of actual lethality, they were much weaker than before. They no longer looked like they were going to directly kill him and leave him some leeway.
It was more like
stretching himself to the limit, squeezing himself as much as he could, and testing his limits? Or what? Zwa Xiaoduo tried his best to resist the urge to take out his final trump card, the 99 Cat Hammer. He only circulated the 1,000 Soul Nightmare Hammers mantra and used the monstrous power he created before to resist with all his might. He wasn't stupid. Since this power could merge with the power of the other Umno Alliance disciples, it was naturally the best way to deal with the current situation. After all, this was the Wu people's space of inheritance. The Flaming Sun Sutra couldn't be exposed now, and the Flaming Sun Sutra would definitely not be recognized. Since the offensive had already turned into a controllable range, it was best not to use his final trump card, the 99 Kitty Hammer. The previous changes, whether it was the space ring that shouldn't have been able to be opened or the sudden appearance of the flood, were already very eye-catching. If he rashly used the 99 Cat Hammer again, it would definitely be noticed by those brats. It was better to keep this trump card. If he woke up when he found out, how would he hit them in the future? They were still enemies in their bones. He wouldn't use it unless his life was at stake. He didn't dare to use the cat spirit sword in his hand, the Wahuang sword. The Wahuang sword seemed to have a grudge against the owner of this space. If he used it, he would probably be in trouble, so Xiaoduo pushed all the power in his body to the limit. At this moment, the qi in his dantian was like a raging wave, going against the momentum and counterattacking the flaming spear array in the sky. The cat spirit sword's tip was pointed at the rainstorm sword technique. Every move, every style, every sword strike, every attack accurately struck the tip of the flaming spear. In the continuous exchange, Zwa Xiaoduo could clearly feel that the consciousness in the sky was constantly growing uncertain, doubtful, and hesitant. It was a special feeling of, is this brat down there? Why is he so strange? Luckily, it's just a remnant of my soul, so my cognition is limited. If it was just a little bit clearer. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have been able to escape today, and would have died who knows where. Zwa Xiaoduo's mind was full of thoughts. He couldn't help but sweat profusely. While he was thinking, the flaming spear in the sky had fallen again. In the roar, Zwa Xiaoduo screamed again and again. The power of this wave of attack was actually much stronger than the last time. It was an extreme posture of wanting to squeeze Zwa Xiaoduo to the limit until he was smashed to pieces. Moreover, as the power of the huge waves driven by Zwa Xiaoduo became stronger and stronger, the flaming spear in the sky faintly showed a subtle feeling that it was forcibly suppressing the fire, but was about to be unable to suppress it. The attack was getting fiercer and fiercer, and the offensive was getting more and more explosive. Zwa Xiaoduo tried his best to parry, but the cat spirit sword, which had reached the level of a spirit weapon, let out a burst of mournful cries. The sword light gradually scattered and scattered, and it was no longer a threat. As time went on, Zwa Xiaoduo felt more and more pressure. It seemed that he couldn't hold on any longer, and he had no choice but to use his hammer. He didn't have any hope for Hai Hunshan and the others. He was already in a dead end, and the other party, who had escaped, was lucky if they didn't attack him. Why would they come in to help? After all, they were on opposing sides after all. At this moment, a loud roar came from outside. Zwa! We didn't let you down. After we get out, let's fight to the death again. Since I called you Zwa, let's live and die together. With a violent roar, the 9 people of the Umno Alliance stepped into the raging flames again, and entered the battle aggressively. Sha Han shouted, "Everyone, take your positions." Zhou Xiaoduo was still hesitating. The previous Du Tian God-killing formation had been formed in seconds. Then it was the same power of the cultivation methods of their respective clans. It was the same people. It was the same treasures. They showed their power again, and the power was no less than before. There was an additional momentum of advancing courageously. Zhou Xiaoduo subconsciously cooperated. The monstrous flood gathered all the power of his side and rushed to the sky, shaking the flaming spear formation again. Boom! This time, the power of the attack was actually several times greater than the previous one. Because this time they were really working together and they really didn't hold back. Moreover, their hearts were bright, and they were fighting with a clear mind. It was full of generosity and fierceness. The 10 of them didn't distinguish between friend and foe, and they cooperated seamlessly. In the sky, the flaming spear formation was suddenly stopped by the attack. A blurry thought suddenly appeared. Vaguely, it seemed that someone was murmuring in the sky and asking in a low and melancholic voice. It seemed to be asking himself, and it seemed to be asking the heavens, and it also seemed to be asking everyone. Could it be that I was wrong? Was it wrong or not? Back then, was it me or you who was wrong? Wrong, wrong, wrong. Sigh, I was wrong after all. Chapter 999. The will reverberated in the air. That indescribable emotion was also affecting everyone's state of mind. Everyone could clearly feel that indescribable regret and endless melancholy. Zhou Xiaoduo's crisis was instantly resolved. The power of the oracle's soul had lifted up this space. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo's heart was filled with intense surprise. It could even be said that he was stunned. He turned his head and frowned. "How did you guys come in?" Sha Jiao's face was filled with displeasure. "Although we were forced by the situation, we promised that we would respect you as the boss here. Were we lying? Now that you're in danger, we naturally have to fight side by side and help you. At the very least, when we're in here, you're the boss, and we're your subordinates. How can we stand by and do nothing when the boss is in trouble?" These words were said with great reluctance. Hai Hunshan activated the immortal binding lock with all his strength and said lightly, "Boss Sua, you don't have to be grateful. Once we get out of here, it will be the end of our promise. We will still be enemies of life and death, supporting each other hand in hand, but it will only be limited to this space." Tu Yunyun smiled. "After we get out, if we have the chance to kill you, we won't show any mercy. We'll definitely eliminate you at the first opportunity. An enemy is an enemy. But no matter how special the conditions are, an alliance of friends and brothers is still an alliance. The promise of the Umno Alliance is always valid. Before the special conditions are met, we can't go back on our words." Sha Hun, Sha Zhe, Tu Yun Xiao and the others laughed in unison. "Zhua, today we'll fight to the death. Our friendship is life and death.
Ha ha ha.
You're the astral souls, and we're the Wu people. We don't have any brotherhood with you, only a promise." Zhou Xiaoduo laughed loudly. "You guys are indeed good men. I underestimated you guys before." The 10 of them once again joined hands to resist the flaming spear array. In the air, the face appeared again. It looked down with a complicated expression. Then, as if it had put down all its worries, it suddenly disappeared. Everyone could clearly feel that an obsession had quietly dissipated. It was a kind of obsession that had lasted for countless years. Perhaps it was because of this obsession that this wisp of remnant soul had survived until now. But for some reason, after seeing the current situation below, it suddenly disappeared. Yes. A faint voice sighed. "It's my fault. I shouldn't have been so stubborn. Haha, brothers. I'm sorry I'm here." The consciousness quietly dissipated. Then, the flame spheres in the air rose higher and higher and began to scatter in all directions. The crisis had been completely overcome. Seeing that the situation, the 10 of them could not help but let out a sigh of relief.
Of you.
Of course. Of course, I don't feel grateful. Of course, I. Of you, of mine. Of you, of you. Who cares? Cammy knows Sue threw the space-shaking gong over. I don't need you to feel grateful. I don't need your help. When we leave this place, I'll take this space-shaking gong back with my own hands. Ha ha ha. Swashaduo laughed. However, his heart was in turmoil. At this moment, he thought of many things and understood many things. He finally understood why in the legends, the Umno Alliance and the Astral Souls higher-ups were able to develop feelings for each other. They were able to trust each other. They were able to fight to the death. They were able to send their descendants to the other party for protection and training. They were able to have a drink with each other before the decisive battle between the two armies. In the legends, when the 12 great shamans met with the higher-ups of the Astral Souls, the Heavenly King Throne, and the others, most of the time, they were chatting happily. When they got together, they talked about everything. They could even discuss the flaws of martial arts and research the path of martial arts together. This was not without reason. This was indeed a group of lovable enemies. He also realized that this group of Umno Alliance's juniors, at least in terms of human nature, were already capable of doing things that others could not. With a promise, they could easily abandon life and death and move forward courageously. To be fair, if he were in their shoes, Zwashaduo would not dare to say that he would be able to keep his promise. However, this not dare to say already made Zwashaduo feel a little ashamed. Although the actions of the other party had already been seen by countless people as fools in today's society, however, Zwashaduo knew that since ancient times, the ones who were able to do magnificent things and leave behind immortal legends were fools like this. Smart people would not be able to create an eternal legend. At this moment, he looked at the 10 people in front of him with new eyes. He thought of the lone bamboo mountain, the overwhelming number of soldiers who rushed towards his Umno Alliance and self-destructed like locusts. The number of people who were burned without hesitation was shocking. At this moment, Zwashaduo was in a daze again. He thought of these things and understood these things. However, at the same time, he also thought of the boundless cemetery of heroes behind the Sun-Moon Pass. He could not help but sigh in disappointment. He said in a low voice, "In front of great benefits, friends are tested. In a battle of life and death, brothers are tested. In the sword and sword, there is a different kind of hero's love." He solemnly raised his head and said in a deep voice, "The 9 of you can be considered heroes. Thank you for the compliment." Hai Hunshin's bulbous nose twitched. He laughed very heartily. He flicked his tongue and spat out a mouthful of phlegm with black smoke. He said, "Although I am ugly, I have never belittled myself, and I will not deny that I am a person." Zwashaduo could not help but be surprised when he heard this. He blurted out, "Hai Hunshan, how can you be so ugly?" This matter was really puzzling. Logically speaking, the Hai family had been passed down for so many years. With such a great power, it was impossible for them to marry an ugly girl. Generations of excellent genes had been passed down. No matter what, it was impossible for them to produce Hai Hunshan's appearance. Apart from Hai Hunshan, the other 8 disciples of the Umno Alliance were all outstanding. Even Sha Yu could not be considered a peerless beauty, but she was still very beautiful and extraordinary. Hai Hunshan smiled faintly. The reason is not for outsiders to know. Cammy no Su chuckled and said, "I know about this. If Zwa is interested." Hai Hunshan was furious. "Don't say it." Zwashaduo was suddenly overflowing with interest. If Cammy no Su continued, he would not be interested. However, Hai Hunshan's interruption made Zwashaduo's gossipy heart burn like a flaming gun in the sky. Tell me quickly. Tell your boss." "Boss, I am very interested." Everyone rolled their eyes. This guy was indeed addicted to being a boss. Zwashaduo looked at the flaming gun in the sky slowly descending. The sea of fire in the distance gradually formed again. Vaguely, a huge palace was slowly taking shape. However, it was still illusory. There was still some time before it was fully formed. During this period of time, since he had nothing to do, he might as well listen to more gossip. It was an entertainment program. I love to listen to the unhappy things of others.
Tell me quickly.
Let's have fun together, Zwashaduo said excitedly. The 9 people looked at each other. This guy's gloating attribute was definitely maxed out. Hai Hunshin's face darkened. His threatening eyes swept across the faces of the other 8 people. His eyes clearly said 2 words. Who dares? Everyone shrunk their necks under his menacing gaze. Zwashaduo frowned. Suddenly, he strode forward and grabbed Hai Hunshan by the neck. With a bang, he pressed him to the ground and sat on his head. He exerted force.
Puff.
Hai Hunshin's head was directly sat on the ground. He couldn't even make a sound. Say it, Zwashaduo said with a smile. Hai Hunshan has acquiesced. As he said, he grabbed Hai Hunshin's right hand and made a peace sign. Then, Zwashaduo shouted, Yeah. Then he said, You see, right? Hai Hunshan is so happy. Everyone felt a chill down their spines. They didn't know whether Hai Hunshan was happy or not, but they saw that he was very happy. It is said that when Hai Hunshan was young, he went out to gain experience and accidentally encountered a great demon at the bottom of the sea. That great demon was at the critical moment of nirvana and becoming a saint. Hai Hunshan was disturbed by it. Cough, that was a sky-swallowing toad that was almost at the saint level. Then, the big demon flew into a rage. He directly covered Chu Yang with the toad clothes he had just taken off. He was deceived for half a month. Even the ancestor of the West Sea went there in person, but the big demon didn't buy it. He only left a sentence saying, If you want to digest my 7 treasures toad clothes, you have to wait a long time. At that time, the ancestor of the West Sea asked, When? The toad demon said, If you want to remove the Saint Toad clothes, you have to wait until the heaven falls. Zwashaduo finally couldn't help but twitch his mouth and laugh. He said, The old toad said something about nirvana and becoming a saint. Maybe it's true, since he doesn't give face to senior magi. But since ancient times, although the righteous path has been through a lot, the evil can't suppress the righteous path. In the end, it's inevitable that the righteous path will grow and the evil will vanish. It's a law of the ancient times. Then, where did the saying about the heaven falling from the heaven come from? Relying on the unorthodox path may be able to gain prestige for a while. But whether it's the ancient records, the history books, or even the unofficial history chapters and novels, there's no such thing as the evil path achieving the righteous path, right? Zwashaduo snorted. Is this story made up? The heaven falling from the heaven is simply a joke. Be careful with your words. Be careful with your words. Sha Hun said seriously. Although Chan Xing isn't good at attacking, his cultivation base is high. Especially his divination skill, it can be said to be unparalleled in the world. Even the Flood Witch of our tribe is amazed by him. Although this senior is a demon, he has never seen any blood in his life. He has always been kind and aloof from worldly affairs. Otherwise, how can he live in the territory of our Umno alliance? Zwashaduo said disapprovingly, Since he's so kind, why did he make things difficult for Hai Hunshan and act rashly? You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.